it's your favorite NPC, and over the next 5 hours I'll teach you everything you need to know about PHP. You'll learn how to set it up, all the basics, how to work with databases, write secure PHP, use object-oriented PHP, and follow best practices. Most courses I saw lack real practice. That's why I made sure to include a couple of projects. Because only by actually building things, you'll really learn it. In the end, we create a complete register, login and logout system together, so you fully understand how PHP works. So let's get started. PHP is a popular server-side scripting language used primarily for web development to create dynamic web pages. Unlike client-side languages like JavaScript, PHP code runs on the web server, not in the user's browser. PHP still drives over 75% of all websites that use a server language. Whenever you want to build a website with register, login, or user content, chances are high that you want to use PHP. Let's take a look at an example. When a user, also called the client, opens your website, the browser sends a request to your web server. But what is a web server? A lot of people make this really difficult, but a web server is simply a computer, often located somewhere else in the world. Technically, it could also be your own computer, and you can use your own computer as a web server. But that's usually not a great idea. Websites should be online 24/7 and respond quickly. And keeping your personal computer running all day is neither practical nor reliable. That's why websites normally run on a server provided by hosting companies. These servers are designed to stay online 24/7, or at least that's the idea, and are much faster than a normal PC. Unless you're a millionaire and have a crazy good PC. Your PHP code is stored on these servers, often in huge data centers, and is executed there whenever someone visits your website. PHP now acts as a middleman between the user, so someone who wants to access your website, and the database. It can communicate with both the user and the database, but the user cannot talk directly to the database, and the database cannot directly talk to the user. This separation makes everything much more secure. For example, if a user tries to send malicious input, PHP can validate and sanitize the data first and prevent harmful code from ever reaching the database. The database is usually also stored on a server. It can be the same server that your PHP code is running on, but it can also be a different server. If the user's request is valid though, PHP retrieves the necessary data from the database, generates the HTML, CSS and JavaScript for the page, and sends the final result back to the user's browser, so the user can see it. And the browser only receives the finished web page. It never sees any of the PHP code running behind the scenes. So in simple terms, PHP handles all of the logic on the server and sends the final result to the client. Everything the user sees is the output from PHP, not the PHP code itself. To write PHP code and store data in the database, we need two things: a server that can run PHP and a MySQL database. To get both at once and set up a fully working local environment, we're going to install XAMPP. It includes the Apache web server, which will execute our PHP code, and MySQL right out of the box. We are also going to install a code editor to write our code. I'm going to use VS Code in this course, but feel free to use any editor you like. Let's start by installing XAMPP. We can just type XAMPP into the search bar, press search, and now we can click the first link right here. Right here you can install XAMPP for Windows, Linux or Mac OS. I have a Windows computer, so I'm going to press XAMPP for Windows. Your download will start automatically, but somehow for most of you it probably won't, so you have to click here. And now you will see that my download just started. But if it doesn't for you, then you can just press download latest version right here. Now we're going to wait for this to finish. And once we're done, we can just press this .exe file. It's going to start the installer. Right here you can just press yes. If the installation does not work with your antivirus, you have to pause it for a short time, but for me this worked. Right here, this is the setup. We are going to press next. We are only really going to need MySQL and phpmyadmin, but you can just go ahead and also install everything. That doesn't really matter. Right here you have to select the folder. Usually you want to have it on your C drive, so this folder should be fine. We're going to press next. Next, next, and now we're waiting for the installation to finish. Once finished, you can just press finish right here. So this window right here should open. But let's close this one for now and let me show you how you can also open that. You can also just go to the search bar usually and type in XAMPP. And now you should see your XAMPP control panel. Or you can go to this PC, to your local disk. Usually you should have your XAMPP installation right here. And right here, you can also scroll to the bottom and just press exam control. And this will also open your exam control panel. Right here, you want to start your Apache server as well as your MySQL server. You will see that the service is running if you have this green background right here. And now let's create a project. If you want to create a PHP project and you want this Apache server to recognize your project, you always have to create the project within your htdocs folder. So right here, you can just create a new folder. The folder name is going to be your project name. So I'm going to use the project name NPC, for example. And now if I'm going to type in localhost into the search bar, like so, and I'm going to press enter, you can see that we are getting to this page. So this right here is the starting page. And if you now want to access a specific project, you can use localhost / followed by the name of your project, since the folder name is NPC. And by default, the Apache server is always looking inside of this folder for the project name. We can say localhost / NPC to access this project. So as you can see, we are getting redirected to this page right here. But since we don't have an index.php file inside of this folder, it does not know what the entry point is. So the index.php is always the entry point. In order to create this index.php file, we should first install a code editor. And in our case, let's go back to Google and let's search for Visual Studio Code, because that is going to be the code editor that I am going to use. Just press the first link, download for Windows in my case. Now it's going to download Visual Studio Code. Once downloaded, we can start the installation process by clicking on this file. We have to accept the agreement, next. Make sure that those ones are checked. We're going to press next, install. We are waiting for the installation to finish. Once done, we can press finish. And we are also going to launch Visual Studio Code right here. Visual Studio Code will look pretty similar to this. And now we can open a folder. So we can open this folder right here within Visual Studio Code by pressing open folder. Or we can just take the folder and drag it in right here. And this will automatically open the folder within Visual Studio Code. If we now create an index.php file, we will see that we will now get a result if we reload our localhost NPC page. So as you can see now, we have this blank page. And the reason for this is that this here is a blank page as well. We are going to install one extension that is really important for writing PHP code. So we are going to go to the extensions tab right here. We are going to search for PHP IntelliFence. So right here you see we have PHP IntelliFence. And now you will have an install button and you can just press that button and you're good to go. And this will just give you code completion, display errors, and so on. Again, it's important to understand that the Apache server is running our PHP code. So what you're seeing right here is possible because of the Apache server. And MySQL right here offers us the possibility to create a MySQL database for PHP. We can access the MySQL server by saying localhost / phpmyadmin. And right here you see phpmyadmin, and that allows us to create MySQL databases that we can later on connect to our PHP code. But you'll understand all of this throughout the course. Let's create our first PHP script. To do so, we can click on New File. We can give our file a name. Usually the name is going to be index.php for the entry file. So we're going to press enter. And every single PHP file always has the ending .php. Instead of this PHP file, we can write normal HTML code. We can, for example, use an exclamation mark to create a basic HTML template. And right here, we can just write normal HTML code. To see our site, we can now type in localhost / and after the slash, we need the name of our project. What is the name of our project? The name is NPC. Why is the name NPC? Because the folder name is NPC. So whatever folder name you used instead of this htdocs folder is going to be the name that you have to enter after the localhost. In our case, this is NPC. If the name would be /bro, then you would have to say localhost /bro. To write PHP code instead of a PHP file, we have to use opening and closing PHP tags. By using this opening bracket, $PHP, we are defining an opening PHP tag. Now let's go down, let's create a question mark and this closing bracket, and this defines the closing PHP tag. And inside of those PHP tags, we can now write PHP code. What would be the simplest line of PHP code that we can write? That is probably the echo statement. The echo statement can be used to echo something out. So we can, for example, say we want to echo, hey guys, exclamation mark, You have to end every single statement by using a semicolon. Now we are going to save this line, and as you can see, we are having "Hey guys" right here. So giving out text on your website using echo is really easy. Let's take a look at echo a little bit closer. As we already saw, you can just echo out a normal string, so normal text, by using echo followed by the text, so hello for example. Then we end the statement by using a semicolon, reload the page, and we're getting hello right here. But you can also use echo to just output normal HTML code. So using a paragraph right here, for example, is completely valid. So you just need an opening and a closing tag right here, for example, and this will still work. And as you can see, since we have a little bit of margin by default when using the paragraph to the top, we now have a slightly different result. Now we can also use a class right here. So we can, for example, say class is equal. Now we need single quotes because double quotes instead of double quotes do not work. And now we can, for a class name, for example, define a class name of text. Doesn't really matter though. Now let's also create a style.css file. Let's target our .text class, and let's just say for the font minus size, we're going to use 3rem. Now we also need to include this style sheet inside of the head, so link : CSS. Let's reload the page, and as you can see, we are getting the super big text. So as you can see, we successfully applied this class. So all I really want you to know is that it is completely possible to use this echo tag to output normal HTML code by using PHP. And this is something that we will do a lot later on. Let's understand the structure of a PHP page as well as require and include. The entry point of every single PHP page is the index.php file. Even though we only specified localhost /mpc right here, we are getting the index.php page. So by default, the entry point of our project is the index.php file. We can also create more files by clicking on New File and giving this file a name, like about for example, followed by .php extension to say that this is going to be a PHP file. Again, we can write normal HTML code in here, and we can just output some random text right here. To access this page, we can now enter localhost /mpc, so the folder that we're in right now, followed by the name of the PHP file we want to access. So we want to access our about.php file, and as you can see, we are now getting the code that we have in our about.php file. So again, if we're just going to use this path right here, we are always loading the index.php, and if we specify a specific PHP file, we are loading that file. Something that is special about PHP is that we can create reusable components. So for example, we could create a header.php that we want to use in every single file. And we can, for example, say that we want to have a div right here. And inside of this div, we want to have an anchor tag that, for example, points to our home page. We also want to have contact, and we want to have about, for example. So now we have those three links. And imagine we wanted to use this header on every single page. So we can now, instead of this echo right here, use the include keyword followed by the file that we want to include. Which kind of file do we want to include? We want to include our header.php file. Let's end the statement by using a semicolon, and let's just reload the page right here. And as you can see, we're having this header right here that we included inside of this PHP tag. We can also use the same include statement on our about PHP page. So let's create a PHP tag, opening and closing tag, and we're going to include our header as well right here. Instead of the header file, let's also define routes for this header file. So this is going to point to our index.php file, and about is probably pointing to our about.php file. Now let's click on about, and you can see that we are getting redirected to about.php. Let's click on home. We're getting redirected to our index.php. So navigation seems to work. Now let's also have some different code on both of those pages so we can see a difference. So this is about, and this is home. Let's click on about. You can see we are on the about page now. Clicking home, we're on the home page right now. So by using include, we can include an external file and use it multiple times. So we can reuse the code from one single file. And this is super efficient because you only have to write this code here once, and then you can include it on multiple pages just by using one single line of code. Instead of include, we can also use require. What is the difference? I'm going to reload the page. You can see there is no difference if you take a look at the page, but the difference is that include will only throw a warning if something goes wrong loading this file, whereas require will interrupt the code from executing and throw an error if something goes wrong loading this file. So usually you should use require because you will throw an error if something goes wrong, and most of the times this is the proper way of handling unexpected behavior. There's also the option to use require once. and this will only require this file one single time. So it will check, does this file already exist on this page? If this file already exists, it's not going to load this once again. Otherwise, it is going to load it for the first time. So let's duplicate that line, for example, 3 times. We're going to reload our index.php file, so our home page. And as you can see, we're only getting this footer once. If I'm going to replace require once with require, for example, though, we will load this file 3 times. Even though it already exists, we're going to load it once again and once again and once again, as you can see. Under most circumstances, you want to use require once, because most of the times you only want to require a file once, but from time to time you might want to use a certain file multiple times. If you think about a blog, for example, and every blog post should have the same structure, and you want to require blog post, require blog post, require blog post, and so on, so you want to require multiple blog posts, require might make sense. So it's just important to know the difference, because we will use that later on pretty often. Let's understand variables. You can create a variable by using a $sign followed by a variable name. You can make this variable name up. So this can be this, for example. This could also be where yo, or this could be username. So this doesn't really matter. You can just define this variable name yourself. Now you can use a value for this variable name. Let's say our username is going to be NPC, for example. So let's save this one. And now I'm going to echo out our username. Let's reload the page. And as you can see, we're getting NPC right here. Imagine you have a package, for example. Usually you're putting something inside of this package. Now you could give this package to another person. So this person has this package, and if this person wants to know what is inside of this package, so if the person wants to know the value, he has to open the package. And a variable is pretty similar. You have a value, you put this value inside of the variable. If you want to get the value that is stored inside of the variable, you can just access the variable once again, and now you have access to this value that is stored inside of the variable. You could, for example, also store an age inside of a variable. So this could be 24, for example, and now you could echo out your age. So again, you stored the value 24 inside of this age variable. Now you can use this age variable to access this age whenever you want. Let's understand data types and type conversion. If you're defining a variable, for example, like username, and you set this equal to a certain username like NPC, then you have a data type. Even though you do not explicitly state this data type right here, you automatically define the data type by setting this equal to a certain value. And in our case, as you can see, this here is a text. Why is it a text? Because text is usually inside of those quotation marks right here. So if you use starting and ending quotation marks, this is a text. And a text in programming is defined as a string. So this right here is a string. So whenever you see those quotation marks, you know this is going to be a string. And you can also use single quotation marks. And this is the exact same. If you think about an age, for example, this is called an integer in programming, or short int. An int allows you to store whole numbers. So the age, for example. So you could, for example, imagine an age being equal to 118. So we have a pretty old person right here. And this variable age now stores an integer. The next data type that is important is a float, like so, and this allows you to store decimal numbers. If you think about money, for example, let's imagine you have $1.99 left for the entire month, then this is going to be a decimal number. And in PHP, you say that this is going to be a floating point number. You also have booleans, and a boolean is pretty similar to a light switch. A light switch is either on or off, and a boolean is either true or false. And a boolean can be used to describe all sorts of things. If you think about rain, for example, it is either raining or it is not raining. So rain can either be true or it can be false. Imagine we are having the rain variable, and we can set this one to true, for example. So now it is raining. But it is also possible that rain is equal to false. So this is what you call a boolean in programming. And if you do not want to define a value at all, you can also say that you want to have a null value. Null just means no value. We could, for example, say that the variable isCool is equal to null. So the variable isCool does not have a value yet. Now let's take a look at type conversion. Imagine we are having a num1, which is equal to a string that has the value 14, and a num2 that is going to be equal to maybe 15. So let's save this one, and let's echo out num1 plus num2. So we're going to save this, reload the page, and now we're getting 29. So even though this here is technically a string, so text, and this here is a number, so an integer, we're getting the result 29. So even though those are two different data types, this seems to work in PHP. And the reason for this is that PHP implicitly converts the string to a number. So it converts this num1 string, so text, to a number, and then adds 14 to 15. So this is implicit typecasting. There's also the option to explicitly cast a type. So imagine we are having num3, for example, and this is equal to 7.99. Now let's echo out num3 right here, so num3. And let's take a look at the result. We're getting 7.99 because that is our value, that is our floating point value. But now we can also cast this value to an integer, for example. And if you think about my definition of integers, I said that an integer is able to store whole numbers as a value. This here is obviously not a whole number. This is a floating point number. So let me reload the page and see what is going to happen. And as you can see, we're now getting 7. So this right here now gets explicitly casted to an integer, so to a whole number. So we're seeing this whole number right here. There's also the option to say bool, for example. So we could reload the page. Now we're getting 1, which is equal to true. We could also say this is a string. We would not see anything, but you get the idea. You can do pretty much anything by using explicit type conversion. And this right here will get useful later on when we work with forms. Let me introduce you to all of the arithmetic operators. We are going to create num1, which is going to be equal to 10, and we are going to create num2, which is going to be equal to 3. Now let's echo out num1 plus num2. Let's refresh the page, and as you can see, we're getting 13. So this is the plus operator. There also exists the minus operator. This one subtracts num2 from num1. You can also use multiplication by using the asterisk, and as you can see, this multiplies num1 times num2. You can divide num1 by num2 and you get this result right here. And you can use the modulus operator. And this one might be unfamiliar to some of you, so I'll explain this one. If you take a look, we're getting the result 1. And the reason for this is that this is going to take num1, it's going to divide num1 by num2. So 10 divided by 3 is going to be 3. But as you can see, it doesn't really work without using decimal places. So if you keep a rest, 10 divided by 3 is going to be 3, rest 1. And this modulus operator will display the rest. So it will display the 1. Then I'm going to use 11 right here, for example. We will have a rest of 2. So this one will display 2 as a rest. There also exists the possibility to increment one number. So you could, for example, say that num1 is going to be equal to num1 plus 1, for example. So now we incremented number 1 by 1. And now let's just add those numbers. So now we have 12 plus 3, so we'll get 15 as you can see. But there's also a shorter syntax, and you can achieve the same result by using plus plus. As you can see, we're still getting the same result. You can also use minus minus. Now we're getting 13. So plus plus adds 1 to the number, whereas minus minus subtracts 1 from the number. Now you can also say that you want to set number 1 equal to number 1 plus 10, for example. And now we're getting this as a result. And again, there is a shorter syntax to achieve the exact same thing. We can say num1 plus equals 10, for example. And this is equal to saying num1 is equal to num1 plus 10. And as you can see, we're still getting the same result. We can also say minus equal, and this will subtract 10. You can also use multiplication by using the asterisk equals, and we're getting this result. And you can also use division right here, and you're getting this result. Let me introduce you to if statements. An if statement works exactly the same as it would in reality. Imagine we are having a class, and the class can either be hero or villain. So you're either a hero or a villain. So now we could create a variable that is going to be equal to hero. If you are a hero, then this is going to be true. Otherwise, this is going to be false. Now let's imagine we are a hero. So hero is equal to true. Now we can check whether we are a hero or not. And if we are a hero, then we can, for example, print out we are a hero. If we are not a hero, so else, we can print out you are not a hero, for example. And we can write the exact same thing instead of PHP. So now let's say if hero is equal to true, then we're going to echo out hero, and else we're going to echo out villain. So now let's reload the page. And as you can see, we're getting hero right here. So we are a hero. But if hero is going to be false, then we are going to get villain, because now we are not a hero, so we have to be a villain. But now this also works with strings, for example. So we could, for example, say if hero is going to be equal to hero, then we are a hero. Let's say we can also be a villain, for example, or we can, for example, be nothing. So now we would have 3 potential values. So we can say if hero is equal to hero, for example, then we'll echo out hero. Else if hero is going to be equal to villain, then we are going to echo out villain, and else we are just going to echo out nothing, for example. So now let's take a look. Let's reload the page, and we're getting nothing because we are nothing right now. If we're going to use hero right here and we'll reload the page, we're getting hero. And if we're going to use villain right here, we're getting villain. So how does an if statement execute? You're always going to start by using the if keyword. Then you have opening and closing brackets like those, and you have a condition inside of those brackets. So whatever you have in here is the condition. If this condition is equal to true, then you're going to execute whatever you have inside of this body. If this condition is not equal to true, then we are going forward to the next statement. The next statement in our case is else if. It could also be an else statement. If it is an else if statement, then we're again going to check, or we again have to check for a condition. So we again need opening and closing brackets that contain a condition. If the condition right here is true, we are again going to execute the body. And once we execute one of those bodies, one of those statements, so once a condition becomes true, we'll execute the body to the corresponding condition and we break out of the statement. So if this condition is going to be true, we'll execute this body and we stop. If this is not going to be true, we are going to go further down inside of this if statement to the next block. This is the else block, and the else block will always be executed if none of the other blocks were true. So if you want to use a condition, you have to use if this is the start of your if statement, or else if for every other condition you want to add. If none of those conditions becomes true, then you can add an else block, and inside of those brackets you can just define what you want to execute if none of the other conditions are true. So this is how an if statement works. Now you already saw those comparison operators. Let me introduce you to some conditional operators that you need when working with if statements. We are having a number right here that is going to be equal to 10, and now we are going to check if our number is equal to 10. If that is the case, then we are going to echo out our number, for example. Let's reload, and as you can see, we're getting 10 inside of the console. So now let me turn this into a string right here, and you can see that we're not getting any output. So why is that? The reason for this is that using 3 equal signs right here checks for strict equality. So the value has to be the exact same, but the data type also has to be the exact same. Since the value seems to be the same here, but we have a different data type, so we have a string right here, this does not work. If I'm going to use 2 equal signs though, you can see that we are getting 10 as an output, so this statement seems to be true. So 1 equal sign is assignment, 2 equal signs is comparison, 3 equal signs is strict comparison. And you always have to make sure that 1 equal sign should only be used for assignment. Now let's turn this into a 10, for example, and let's use the greater operator. Let's refresh this page, and as you can see, we're not getting any result at all because our number, so the number 10, is not greater than 10. If this number is bigger than this number, this one will be equal to true, and we are going to echo out our number. Now we can also use greater or equal to, and this is going to be true because 10 is equal to 10. And since we're checking for greater or equal to 10, this is going to be true and we'll echo out this number. There also exists less than, less or equal to, and not equal to. So if our number is not equal to 10, for example, we'll print this out. Otherwise, we're not going to print anything out. So this is essentially the not operator. And if we are going to use 11 right here, you will see that we'll print out 10 because our number 10 is not equal to 11. Now there are some more important operators that I want to show you. So you can also include multiple expressions right here. So let's, for example, say we are having the hero variable, which is going to be equal to true. So we are a hero, and we have the rain variable, and that one is going to be equal to true. So now maybe we want to check whether we are a hero and whether it is raining. We can do so by saying if hero is going to be equal to true. So I can use this syntax, but you can also leave this equal true statement. And this right here is equivalent to saying hero is equal to true. So if we are a hero and rain is equal to true, so if hero is true and rain is true, then we want to echo out you are a wet hero, for example, for whatever reason. So let's reload, and as you can see, we are a wet hero. If you're using this AND operator, both of those statements need to be true, in order to execute the body. So if only one of those things is going to be true and the other one is going to be false, then this one here is going to be false and we will not see anything. So when using the AND operator, both of those statements right here need to be true. But there also exists the OR operator. And if you use the OR operator to concatenate two statements, then only one of those statements has to be true in order for the entire expression right here to become true. So if one of those statements is going to be true, we will execute this echo statement. So you can see you are a wet hero. And even if rain is going to be false, we will still get you are a wet hero. And obviously this doesn't really make too much sense. So in this case, you could say you are either wet or a hero. So this would make a little more sense, like so. So now we have you are either wet or a hero. So now the statement also makes sense. Imagine we are having this if statement right here for a pretty simple task. So for every single bicep size, we just want to output some text. And it would be a possible solution to just write this super long if statement. But for this scenario, it might make more sense to use a switch statement. So you can again use the keyword switch. Right after the switch statement, again, you have a condition right here that you're checking for. In our case, the condition will be our biceps size. So we're going to use this bicep size variable that we defined right here to check for certain cases, as you name them, instead of a switch statement. So you can define different cases right here. You say case, after case, so after this case keyword, you define the value for this specific case. So let's say, for example, if we have a value of 1, for example, then we want to echo out small biceps, for example. So this is our first case. Now we might have a second case, for example, case 2, for example. And in this case, we are also going to echo out still a small biceps, for example. Now we're going to have another case, so case 3, for example, and we'll echo out okay. And case 4 is going to be echo nice, for example. So now we're having this bicep size right here, but let's say we are going to have a bicep size of 4, for example. We're going to reload, and as you can see, we're getting nice right here. So this seems to work. Let me also use 1 right to show you that this here does not work as intended. And as you can see, we're getting all of those values right here. And the reason for this is that after a statement, the code keeps executing. And the reason for this is that we're going to check for bicep size. We are having the first case, so we'll execute this code, but we never say that we want to stop this code from executing. So it goes to the second case, executes, third case, executes, and the last case executes as well. So we somehow need to say, after executing one of those cases, we want to break out, so we want to stop the rest of the switch statement from running. So we have to use a break statement, like so. So most of the times you define a break statement after using those cases. You don't have to use a break statement if you also want to execute the other tasks, but most of the times you will use a break statement because most of the times you don't want to execute the other cases. So now, as you can see, again, I'm going to reload the page and we are only getting small biceps. And after echoing out this right here, we are breaking out of this statement. But what if I'm going to use 5 right now? Now we're not getting anything. And the reason is that we don't have a case for number 5. So there's also the possibility to define a default statement. And this one is similar to defining an else statement. So if none of those cases are equal to true, then we have this else or default statement, which is just going to say, wait, what, for example. So if we don't get a valid size, we're just going to echo out, wait, what. And as you can see, now we're getting wait, what, because our bicep size is 5 and does not equal case 1, 2, 3, or 4. And this is a switch statement in PHP. Let me introduce you to loops. The first loop I want to show you is the while loop. Imagine we are having a number, for example, and this number is going to be equal to 0. Now we want to create a while loop, so we say while our number is less than 10, for example, we want to echo out, hey bro. So how does this while loop work? We are always going to start by using this while keyword right here. Then, instead of those brackets, again, we're having a condition. This loop will run as long as this condition is true. So, while our number is less than 10, we're going to echo out, hey bro. So we will have a first iteration. During the first iteration, we are going to check whether our number is less than 10. Our number for the first iteration is 0. 0 is less than 10. So we are going to execute this body right here. We'll echo out, hey bro. After we executed this loop, we're again going to the beginning of this loop. We're again checking is our number less than 10? If our number is less than 10, then we are going to echo out, hey bro, once again. And as you can see, at the moment, we will go back to the beginning, echo out, hey bro, once again, because this condition is true again, and we just loop forever and ever. So we're never going to get out of this loop because our number will never be greater than 10. So in order to get out of this loop after a certain amount of iterations, we have to say that we are going to increment our number by 1, for example, but you could also increment the number by 5. So that is up to you. So you can define the logic for this while loop within this body. And again, let me show you, we are now getting, hey bro, 10 times, for example. Now you can define whatever condition you want inside of those brackets, and you can increment this number by whatever value you want inside of the body, for example. So we could also say plus equal 3, for example. And now you can see we will only get hey bro 4 times. But what if our number is going to be 11 from the beginning? So this condition is never going to become true. Let me show you. Right now we are not getting any output because this condition is never equal to true. If you want to make sure that a while loop runs at least once, you can use a do while loop. So you have the do right here. You're going to remove the condition right here. You are just going to have the body right here. So this body will execute. And then you'll add the while condition after the body instead of those brackets right here. So it's pretty similar again, but writing the do while loop is a little bit different. So let me execute that one. And as you can see, we're getting hey bro once, even though this condition is never true. The reason for this is that for the do while loop, we're going to do whatever we have inside of those brackets first, and only after we executed this body one single time, then we are going to check for the while condition. If the while condition is true, then we are going to go to the beginning of the loop and run this body once again. But if the condition is not true, then we're just going to break out of the loop at this point. So while loop first checks for the condition, while the do while loop first executes the body and then checks for the condition. An alternative to the while loop is the for loop. The syntax for the for loop is a little bit different. So let's say, in order to create a for loop, you're going to use the for keyword. And now you have your value, your condition, as well as your increment right here. So first off, you have an initial value right here. Then you have a semicolon. Then you have your condition. And then you have your increment last. And again, you have a method body inside of those curly brackets right here. And whatever you want to do will belong inside of those brackets. So our initial value could, for example, be a variable that can have the name I, but the name doesn't matter, it's up to you. And oftentimes you initialize this variable with the value of 0. So now our value I is equal to 0. What is our condition? Let's say we want to run this loop 10 times. Then we'll execute this loop as long as I is less than 10 in our case. And we're going to increment after every single iteration our I value by 1. So I plus plus. Now let's echo out our value I, for example. Let's run the code. And as you can see, we're getting 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So just the value of I. There's also the option to have a nested loop, for example. So instead of a for loop, you can also have another for loop. So we could, for example, say for, but we cannot use the same variable name right here. So again, we need a variable name. What can be our variable name? Doesn't really matter, but a convention again is to use j for an inner loop. J can be 0 again. And we're going to run this inner loop as long as j is less than 3, for example. And after every single iteration, we are going to increment j by 1, for example. Instead of this loop, we can now echo out j. This doesn't really matter too much. So let's execute this one. And as you can see, we're getting all of those numbers. So what is happening right here? We are first executing the outer loop. The outer loop has a value I that is equal to 0. The condition is therefore true, and we are going to execute the body of this for loop. Instead of the body, we have another for loop. So we have to execute this for loop. We are having j right here. J is equal to 0. We're going to execute this loop as long as j is less than 3. So we are echoing out j. We are getting to the end of this loop. We're going to the beginning. Now j is 1. Is 1 less than 3? 1 is still less than 3, so we are going to echo out j once again. And this keeps going and going up to the point where we get to j being equal to 3. So at this point, j is not less than 3, so we are not going to echo out j, and we go on to the next line. The next line is the end of the initial for loop, so we are going to jump to the first iteration. Now for this loop, I is 1. 1 is less than 10, so we are going to execute this body once again. Instead of this body, we are again having a for loop. We will initialize j with 0 once again, and we're going to execute this loop once again. So we will execute the outer loop 10 times, and we will, for every single I value of the outer loop, execute the inner loop 3 times. And therefore we are getting 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2 for every single I value. Let me introduce you to functions in PHP. To create a function, you have to use the function keyword followed by the name of the function. So this name is pretty free, so you can use whatever you want right there, but it might make sense to use a descriptive name. In our case, we maybe want to say hello to the user, for example. After the function name, you use opening and closing brackets, and afterwards you have another pair of curly opening and closing brackets. Instead of those brackets, you define what you want to do when you call this function. Imagine, in our case, we just want to echo out hello bro, for example. So now we can just call this function by using the name of the function, followed by opening and closing brackets, and we have to end the statement by using a semicolon. I'm going to reload this code, and as you can see, we now see hello bro. So why is a function useful? We could also just go ahead and echo out hello bro right here. And this would do the exact same as you see. The purpose of a function is, if you think about a function that maybe has a lot of lines, maybe like this. If you wanted to use the same function twice, for example, we would have to use all of this code, paste it in here. If you wanted to use the same code a second time, we would have to paste it in here once again. And as you can see, this looks pretty terrible and it's not really a clean way to write code. So the alternative is you can just create a function which defines what you want to do once, and then you can call this function as often as you want and execute the entire code. So I can use say hello 4 times, for example, and now you're just executing this function 4 times by only using one single line of code. So let's take a deeper look at functions. You always start by using the function keyword followed by the name, and then you have those brackets. What are those brackets for? Inside of those brackets, you can define a parameter or multiple parameters. Why would you like to use a parameter? Right now this function is pretty basic and you don't really have the option to change a lot of things, and to make this really useful, it might make sense to, for example, say that we're getting a username from the user. Since we probably have millions of users inside of our app, saying hello bro every single time would not really make too much sense. It would make more sense to say hello NPC, for example, if the username is NPC, or hello Philip if the username is Philip. So how can we adjust that? We can just use a parameter right here, so the username parameter. Then we are going to use this parameter. After the hello, we can concatenate hello dot username. So this right here says append the username to hello, to the string hello, and then echo it out. So right now we have to pass an argument in here. So when you define the variable instead of the function definition, this is called a parameter, and once you define the value right here, so the specific value, this is what you call an argument. But knowing the difference is not really that important. So as an argument, we can now pass, for example, NPC in here. And now we can say hello NPC. If I wanted to call the same function once again, but with a different username, I can do so by saying gabak, for example. So now we have hello NPC and hello gabak. We could also add an age right here. We could also add is cool here and a lot of other things. So you can add as many parameters as you want, but you also have to add them right here if you defined the parameter right here. Imagine we would have an age, for example. You can see that we are now getting an error because we did not define an age for our function call right here. But we can also use a default value if we wanted to, of 28, for example. And now, as you can see, we don't have this error anymore. If we don't specify anything for the age, we are getting 28. If we specify something, we are going to use that value. So this is a default value. So now we could also just add the age, for example. This will obviously look pretty weird, but as you can see, we're getting hello NPC 26, hello gabak 28. So gabak has 28 because he did not specify a specific value, whereas our NPC user has 26 because he specified 26 as the age. So to sum up, you create a function by using the function keyword, followed by the function name that you can make up yourself, followed by a list of parameters that you want to use. You don't have to define parameters though, followed by the function body where you define what the specific function is going to do. If you call the function, you have to use the function name, followed by opening and closing brackets. If you specify parameters in your function definition, you have to pass them as arguments into your function call. And this is all you really need to understand functions in PHP. Let's understand arrays in PHP. To create an array, you can just use a normal variable name. Those can be our heroes, for example, followed by opening and closing brackets. So this variable, heroes, is equal to an array. all of the items of an array are going to be listed instead of those brackets right here. So our first hero can, for example, be Goku, while our second hero can, for example, be Patrick, and our third hero can, for example, be Saitama. So what is an array? An array is essentially just a list. And inside of this list, we just listed a couple of heroes in this case. Let's just echo out our heroes and see what is going to happen. So as you can see, we're getting this warning right here. So how can we output one of those elements, for example? We can use opening and closing brackets again, followed by a number. Now we're getting Goku. Why does heroes of 0 output Goku? Every element inside of an array has a number that allows you to access the specific element. And when working with arrays, you start with the number 0. So Goku, so the first element inside of an array, has the index number 0, 1, 2. So you don't start with the number 1, but instead you start with the number 0 when working with arrays. So this is really important. So if you want to get the first element, you have to access heroes of 0. If you want to get the second element, you have to use heroes of 1. And if you want to get the third element, you have to use heroes of 2, for example. So now we're getting Saitama. So again, by using those opening and closing brackets, you can define an array, and you can access the elements inside of this array by using the array name, followed by opening and closing brackets, and inside of those brackets you just specify the index number, starting with the number 0. Now there also exists something that is called an associative array. An associative array is a little bit like objects or maps in other programming languages, but let me just show you. Let's think about a user, for example. And this user, for example, has a username, an age, power level, whatsoever, doesn't really matter. So instead of this associative array, we can now specify a key and a value. Our keys need to be inside of quotation marks, so our key can be the username, for example. Now we're going to use an arrow, like so, and after this arrow we have to specify the value. In this case, the value can, for example, be NPC. Maybe our user also has a password, so PVD. Let's say this password is big biceps. So now we have a username and a password, and maybe we also want to get a power level, for example. Let's say our power level is 1. So now we have this user right here stored inside of this associative array. And I can already tell you, if you work with a database later on, this is like really similar. So this is pretty much exactly what is going on when you work with a database later on. You're getting an associative array like this that includes all of the user data. And now we can access this user data by using, again, the name of our associative array, followed by those brackets. And inside of those brackets, we have to define the key that we want to access. In our case, we might want to access our username. So now we can output our username. Let's remove our echo of heroes and let's reload the page. And as you can see, we're right here outputting our username. We can also say that we want to output our PVD, for example. Does not make any sense at all. Usually you would never want to output a password, but in this scenario, let's say we want to do that. And as you can see, this works as well. So to sum up, you have normal arrays and associative arrays. To access a normal array, you will use the array name, followed by opening and closing brackets, and inside of those brackets you will have an index that uniquely identifies each of those items. And if you want to access an associative array, you have to specify the key by using the key name right here. Now there's also a super important function that you should remember when working with arrays, and that is going to be the for each method that allows you to loop over an array. Imagine we wanted to loop over our user, for example, and we can say that we want to get our key and we also want to get our value, like so. And now let's just echo out our key. Let's save that one. And as you can see, we're getting username, PVD, and power level. So by using a for each loop, you can loop over the keys and the values of an array. So you always start a for each loop by using the for each keyword. Right here, you have opening and closing brackets, and inside of those brackets, you first define the name of the array. Then you use the as keyword, and right here you can, for example, get the key and the value, and then echo out the key. You could also echo out the value if you wanted to. So that is up to you. And you can implement pretty much any logic you want to implement right here. So you could modify those values, just print them out, and so on. You could also loop over a normal array. So we can, for example, again say for each. In our case, we're not having an associative array right now. So we're having the heroes array. So we're going to say heroes as hero. The name doesn't really matter too much. And now we can just echo out the hero. Let's save that. Let's reload the page. And as you can see, we're getting all of those heroes. And let me just delete that one right here. So now we're getting Goku, Patrick, and Saitama. So again, we have the array name right here. And right here, we define a name, the variable name that we'll use for every single item for every single iteration. So this for each loop is just a for loop essentially that loops over an array, for example. And for every single iteration, this hero variable holds another value of heroes. So for the first iteration, hero holds the value Goku. It's going to echo out Goku, goes into the second iteration. For the second iteration, hero holds the value Patrick, prints it out, and so on, until it iterated over every single value inside of this array. Now we can also add a break by using a break element. And as you can see, now we have this break right here, and we can see all of those elements one after another. Now let's just remove this associative array and let's focus on some array functions that we can use to manipulate our array, because that is something that might be important. From time to time, you maybe want to count the amount of elements that you have inside of an array, and you can do so by using the count function. Inside of this count function, you have to specify the array of which you want to count the elements. So in our case, we want to count the elements of our heroes array. So let's save that one. Let's echo that out. And as you can see, we are getting 3 right here. And let me just place this break statement right before our hero, so this looks a little bit better. So now this is the result. We're getting 3 elements right here. If I'm going to add another element, doesn't really matter. We can see that we now have 4 elements inside of this array. Now obviously we could just add an element by typing an element in here, but we can also use the array push method to push an element to the end of an array. So array underline push. Now we need to define the array to which we want to push an element to. So in our case it's heroes again, like so. And now after a comma, we need to define the values. In our case, we might want to add gabak to the end of this heroes array. Let's save that one. Let's reload. And as you can see now, we have gabak at the end of this array. So array.push takes whatever value we defined right here and pushes this value to the end of the specified array. So we'll append this one right here. We can also use array underline pop and call it like this. Now we also need to specify the array of which we want to pop an element. We're going to reload, and as you can see, now gabak is gone. And the reason for this is that array underline pop takes the last element and pops it, so removes it from the array. We can also get this element though by saying that we want to store the popped element inside of maybe popped hero, for example. So inside of this variable. And now let's just say that we are going to echo our popped hero. Let's save that one, and we need to remove one of those dollar signs. And as you can see, now we're getting gabak right here. And I can also append popped hero right here. So we see that this is in fact the popped hero, as you can see. So array push pushes an element to the end of an array. Array pop takes an element, removes it from the end of an array, and you are able to store the popped element inside of a variable if you wanted to do so. There's also shift and unshift for arrays. So array underscore shift, for example. Now we need to specify the array. Let's say it's the heroes array once again. We're going to save that one. Let's execute the code. Heroes with an S. Let's execute. And as you can see, now Goku will not be listed right here anymore. So shift removes the first element of an array. Now we also have the option to use array underscore unshift. And this does the exact opposite. You specify an array, so heroes, for example, and you specify the values. So first, for example, in this case, let's save this, let's execute, and as you can see now, we have first as a first element of our array. So unshift takes the values and appends them to the front of an array. So it places them as the first element inside of this array. So to summarize, array underline push pushes to the end of an array, array underline pop pops the last element of an array underline shift pops the first element of an array underline unshift adds an element to the beginning of an array. Let's understand strings and string functions in PHP. Let's create a variable username that is equal to NPC, for example. So by using those quotation marks, we are creating a string. But now we also have the option to use multiple string functions to, for example, manipulate the string or get some information about the string. The first one is string length, so strlen, to get the length of a certain string. In our case, let's get the length of username, We're going to save that, and we are going to echo out the length of our string. Let's reload the page, and we're getting 3 because we have 3 characters inside of the string. If I'm going to add more characters, we will get a different length. We can also use the string to lower function right here, and this will convert everything to lowercase. So now we're getting NPC and a random word. We can also use string to upper right here, and this will convert everything to uppercase. So now we have this string right here. We can also use str replace to replace certain characters inside of a string. So right here as the first argument, we have to add what we are searching for. Let's say in our case, we are searching for an n. We want to replace an n, for example, with a p for whatever reason. And now we have to specify the string for which we want to execute this operation. And in our case, it's the username string. Let's save that one. Let's execute. And as you can see, we are now getting ppc because we replaced the n with a p. We can also say that we want to output a certain substring. So we can use substring, for example, so substr. Now we need to specify the string. In our case, it's username once again. Where do we want to start? We want to start, for example, at character 0. What is the length? Let's say the length is 3 characters. So let's save that one. And we're getting NPC. Let's do 5 characters, for example. And we're getting NPCs. So we're starting at index 0. This is index 0. And we're going forward by 5 characters. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're ending right here. So we're getting everything up to this point. So substring allows you to create a substring out of an existing string. We can also search for the position of a certain character. So we can say strpos for string position. Now we need to specify the string and we need to specify what we are looking for. Let's say we are looking for the character s. Let's save that one and we are getting the number 4 because the position of our first s is position number 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's search for n, for example. Let's reload and we're getting, and this has to be an uppercase n, so this is case sensitive, and we're getting 0. So this character 0, character 1, character 2, 3, and this character 4. 5, 6, 7. Let me introduce you to one function that will be really important later on, and that is the trim function. So we can, for example, pass the username right here, and now we're going to trim our username. So if we have a lot of white spaces later on, we might not want to save those white spaces to the database because that might not make too much sense for a username or an email, for example. And by using the trim method, we can remove those white spaces right here, and therefore later on when we work with a database, for example, store a trimmed string inside of the database, which might make more sense. Let me introduce you to some math functions. We have this number right here that can be equal to -10, for example. To get the absolute value, we can use abs followed by brackets, and inside of those brackets, we can now specify a value. So let's just use the absolute value of our number and display that one by using echo right here. Let's reload the page, and as you can see, we're getting 10. So abs gets you the absolute value without the sign of a certain value. And if you remove the sign of -10, you're getting 10. So the value is 10. Now you can also use max right here to get the maximal value out of two numbers. So I can, for example, say, get me the max out of 1 and 2, for example. Let's reload the page, and as you can see, we're getting 2. Give me the maximum value of 10 and 2, for example, and we're getting 10 right here. You can also get the minimal value by using min right here. Let's refresh, and now we're getting 2 because 2 is less than 10. We can also round a certain value by using the round function. So now let's input a value of 3.4, for example. And as you can see, this rounds it down to 3. If we're going to use 3.6, for example, this will round it up to 4. If we always want to round down, we can use floor. And as you can see, this rounds down even though we are at 3.6. And we can also use ceil. In this case, this will round up. But even if we are having 3.4, we are still going to round up. So ceil for rounding up and floor for rounding down. We can get the square root of a certain number by using sqrt. And now let's, for example, say 16. The square root of 16 is 4. And as you can see, we're getting 4 right here. Let me also show you 32, for example, just to show you that this works and we're getting this number. We can also use pow to raise one number to the power of another one. So let's, for example, say we want to have 2 power 3. Let's save that one, and we're getting 8 because 2 times 2 times 2 is 8. Let's get a random number between 1 and 10 by using rand. 1 is the minimal value, 10 is the maximal value. Let's save that one. We're getting 5, 8, 8, 4, and so on. And this here is min, and this one is max. So we can also say 100, and now we will get numbers between 1 and 100. If you wanted to get pi, you could also use pi opening and closing brackets and just put that out. And as you can see, we're now getting pi as a value right here. If you have an exception, for example, and you do not do proper error and exception handling, your PHP script, who is under normal circumstances running on a server, will just terminate and therefore interrupt the entire request from the user, for example. So usually if you want to execute code that could potentially result in an error, like creating a connection to a database, then you always want to use a try-catch block. So let me show you. You create a try-catch block by using try as a keyword, followed by those brackets right here. Inside of those brackets, you just write the code that you want to execute. So you want to try to execute this code inside of this block. In our case, we could, for example, say that we want to try to divide 10 by 0, which obviously doesn't work. So this will result in an error. So now we also need to catch that one in case we're getting one. So we need to define a catch block. And in our case, we might get an error. So we want to have a throwable of type E. And we again need those brackets right here. This right here is an object. We did not really understand objects at this point, but you don't really need to understand too much at this point. Just know this is an object. An object can have properties and methods itself. So this is just an error object that contains a lot of information about the specific error. So we could just echo out this error, and now we want to get the message, so the specific error message in our case, to access certain properties or methods of an object. We can use an arrow. Now we can access a method or a property by using the method or property name. In our case, we want to get the getMessage method of this object and just echo that one out. Let's refresh the page, and we're getting division by 0 right here. So that was the error. We could also just define something like didn't work, bro. We could refresh, and now we're getting didn't work, bro. So you use a try-catch block to try something that can potentially go wrong, as I mentioned, like connecting to a database or trying to write into the database. So all of that can potentially go wrong. And then you define the catch block where you define what you want to do if something goes wrong. So if something inside of the try block results in an error. You can also get as a parameter right here the error object that will give you some specific information about the error. And you can use this error object to, for example, display the user specific information about the error. But that's up to you, obviously. Let's understand cookies and sessions. When you log into a normal website, you usually enter something like your email and password. These credentials are sent to the server, validated, and if they are correct, the server creates a session for that user. A session is basically a small package of information stored on the server. Things like the user ID, the username, or whatever the website needs to remember about you while you're logged in. Every session also has a unique session ID. Now, here's the important part. The server does not send the whole session back to the user. It only sends the session ID. And that session ID gets stored in a cookie inside of the user's browser. That cookie is tiny. Usually just something like session ID is equal to a random string. It doesn't contain any personal data. It's just a key. If you think about websites like Instagram, you don't have to log in every time you click on a new page or reload the site. That's because the browser automatically sends the cookie and therefore the session ID along with every single request. The server then looks at the session ID sent within the cookie, checks whether there is a matching session stored on the server, and if it exists, the server immediately knows who you are and that you are logged in. As long as the cookie with that valid session ID exists, you stay logged in without doing anything. But cookies also have expiration dates. Once the cookie expires, the browser stops sending the session ID and the server can't link you to your session anymore, which means you need to log in again and generate a fresh session and therefore a fresh cookie. Critical applications like banking platforms keep these sessions very short-lived, because if someone steals your cookie, they could act as you for as long as the cookie is valid. For platforms that are less sensitive, like social media, sessions can last much longer. That's the entire idea. The session lives on the server, the cookie lives in the browser, and the session ID connects both. Without the cookie, you'd have to log in on every single request. Let's understand superglobals in PHP. And superglobals are just associative arrays instead of PHP that will be given to you by PHP. So those are built-in associative arrays that you can access if you wanted to. And there exist a lot of different superglobals. Let's start by understanding the get superglobal. In order to use the get superglobal, let's first of all create a form of type get. Now, this form attribute needs an action, and this action defines which PHP file we are going to execute once this form will be submitted. And in our case, we want to execute this PHP code, so we have to use our index.php for the action. So index.php, because this is the file that will be executed once we submit. So let's also create an input of type text, and we can imagine that this input field is for our username. So the name is going to be username. We are also going to add a submit button, so a button of type submit that will have the text submit, for example. Doesn't really matter too much. You know, as you can see, we are sending a get request. And by using this get request, we are sending the input field that has the name username. So how can we get the value of this username right now? By using a superglobal, to be precise, by using the get superglobal. Now, to access this value, we can use the get superglobal. Every single superglobal starts with a $sign and an underline, like so. And right here, you can already see a lot of superglobals. So we have the cookie superglobal, files, get, post, request, and so on. In our case, we want to use the get superglobal. And as I already mentioned, this is an associative array. And how can we access values inside of an associative array? We can use the bracket notation followed by the key name inside of those brackets. The key name is the name that we've defined inside of this input element. So in our case, it's going to be username. If this one right here would be pvd, for example, would have to access underline get of pvd, for example. But in our case, it's username, so I'm going to use username. So the name field is always going to specify the key that will be used inside of the associative array. Every value will be stored inside of the superglobal get right here, and we can access the value like so. So now let's just echo this value out. So echo underline get of username. And as you can see right now, we're getting this warning because we don't have a username yet. So right now, this username key is empty for our get superglobal variable. So let's just enter this value. Let's submit. And as you can see, now we're echoing out this value right here. So there exist a lot of different superglobals like underline get, underline post, env, and so on. And if you think about the get superglobal variable, that one looks like this, for example. You have this associative array, you have a username right now, and then you have a certain value for this username. And this is how this superglobal looks. And if you add another input element, for example, and this is going to be pvd, then this associative array will also have the pvd key, and there will also be a value on submission. So every superglobal variable is just built in PHP and helps you with doing a certain task. So the get superglobal helps you by getting form data that has been submitted by using the get method. And as you probably already know, if you use the get method, that is not really secure or not really a secure way to submit data. So if you have data that needs to be secure, like a password, for example, don't use the get method, because I could also submit this form by just saying username is going to be equal to hello. So now I've submitted the form with the value hello. And as you can see, we can also see our values instead of the URLs. So that is of course not secure at all. So we can fix that by using a post request. If we want to get data submitted by using the post request, we have to use underline post instead of underline get. So let me delete the pvd right here. And now again, let's submit this form. And as you can see, we are getting this value right here, but right now we don't have any value inside of the URL. So this is a secure way to submit data to your server and store it over there. Now we also have the cookie superglobal variable that allows us to access our cookies. So let me show you. We can see all of our cookies by right-clicking the page, followed by inspect. Now we can go to our application tab right here. And right here we have this cookies tab. We also have local storage, session storage, extension storage, and our cookies. And right here you can see we have this URL, which is our current page. So we can click this URL. And right now we don't have any cookies right here because we didn't set a single cookie yet. We can set a cookie inside of PHP by using set cookie. Now we need to define a name for our cookie, as you can see. The name can, for example, be lang, but this is up to you, so you can choose any name you want. You can also set a value. Again, this can be anything you want. I'm going to use DE, for example, and I need to define an expiration date. In our case, let's say it's our current time plus 60 times 60, so 1 single hour, times 24. So this cookie is going to be valid for 1 day from this time on. Let's save this one. Let's again reload our page. We're getting this cookie right now that has the name lang, the value DE, because that was the value that we've set, and expires is also over here. Now we can access this cookie if we wanted to by using the cookie superglobal variable. We can check if underline cookie of the name, so the cookie name, because again, this is an associative array. This here's the key, this here's the value. So if underlying cookie of lang is equal to DE, so if the value of lang is DE, if that is the case, then we want to echo out German page, for example. Let's save that one. Let's reload the page, and as you can see, we are getting German page, because this cookie is set. Let's understand the session superglobal variable. And you will usually use a session to store data inside of a session. So you can, for example, store the login status within the session variable and so on. You can access the session variable by using session followed by those brackets again. Now we can, for example, add a key value pair to our session associative array by saying user underline ID. And let's say this one is equal to just a random user ID. Doesn't matter. We just made this one up. This is obviously not how it would normally work. And now let me echo out our session user underline ID variable, and let's see what is going to happen. And as you can see, we are able to access the session within the same page. Something that is really good about a session is that you can also access the session on all of your pages. Now let's also go to our about.php file, and let's, for example, say we want to access or we want to echo out session of user underline ID. And now let's go to our about.php. And as you can see, we're getting this warning, undefined variable $_ session. So somehow we're not able to access this variable. Why is that? In order to use a session on multiple pages, we need to start a session. So we need to use session underline start, like so. Now we started the session, so now we can access the session. Let's reload again. And we're again getting this error. So we also need to start a session on the page where we defined the session variable right here. So let's use session start again right here. We are first of all again going to our index.php file to initialize the session. Now we initialize the session, set our session variable. Now we can go to our about.php file. We have the session initialized. And as you can see, we can access the exact same session right here. So in order to use the session variable, you need to initialize the session. Then you can use the session by setting key value pairs inside of the session associative array. And then you can access this specific session from every single page. So you only have one single session, and this single session can be accessed from every single page. So by using a session, you can access values from different pages. And let me explain this in a little more detail, because this is really, really important. And I also want to explain a practical use case. So we can, for example, have this page right here. And this could be our login page, like so. And then we maybe also have our home page right here. And maybe this is just Instagram, so we have some stories right here. Doesn't really matter. Usually, if you use PHP, you obviously also have a server. So let's say the server is just this PC, for example. Where do you store a session? Usually you store the session on this PC. So once you use session start, you're going to call the server. You say, okay, we want to start a session. The session will be stored on the server. So each session has a unique session ID. And by using the session superglobal variable, you can store other values inside of the session. So the session will have an ID in our case. It will have a user ID as well, because we set it right here. If you say $_session of username, we are also going to add a username and so on. So all of the session data will be stored on the server right here. Then our server is going to reply and is going to send back the session ID. So the ID right here. And this session ID will now, under the hood, managed by PHP, be stored inside of a cookie. So we will have a cookie. Now we have this cookie that includes our session ID, and we have our session on the server that also includes the ID, but also has a user ID, maybe a username and a password. So on the server, we have all of the values, whereas we only have a cookie including the session ID within the client, so in the browser. Now, if we wanted to check whether we are logged in right now, for example, we could send another request, but this time we only have to send the cookie that stores our session ID, we take a look at our server. If we find a session that corresponds to the session ID that is stored inside of our cookie, we can just get the session data from the server and send it back to the client. So when you log in or register, for example, you first have to create a new session. Then you get back the session ID. The session ID will be stored inside of the cookie, but from now on, this cookie can be used to verify the user. So from this point on, you do not need to do an additional login because you now have this cookie to verify the user. Obviously, this cookie also has a certain time, so this cookie is only valid for a certain amount of time, and you can define this time later on, and we'll get to that. And after this time, this cookie is going to be invalid. So once this cookie becomes invalid, we have to log in again. We are going to create a new session ID. We are going to store the data inside of the session, and we will create a new cookie. We will send this cookie back, or we will send back the session ID that will be stored in a new cookie. And this session right here, so this session Superglobal, allows us to access all of the values inside of the session. So really hope this makes sense. So to sum up really quickly, you first have to log in or register. If you register, you are going to create a new session on the server. The server replies with a session ID that is going to be stored inside of the cookie for every new request to the server. So if we want to get data, for example, if we want to get the session of user underline ID, for example, or the session of username, doesn't really matter, then we have to send a request to the server. We are going to send this request by sending this cookie within the request. The server will use this cookie, so the session ID that is stored within this cookie, whether the user is the user that he pretends to be. So we verify the session ID. If the session ID is valid, then we can, for example, give back a response that includes all of the data that the user needs, for example. So maybe his username, his user ID, and so on. And this data will be stored inside of the session variable right here. And now we could, for example, say that we're going to store the user ID inside of the session variable once the user logs in. And now we could, for example, check if this user ID session variable exists. If this variable exists, then the user is logged in. So if the user tries to access the register page, it does not really make sense because he is already logged in. So we can redirect the user depending on the session variable to the homepage, for example. And if the user tries to access the homepage, for example, but let's imagine he is not logged in currently, then we can redirect the user to the register page, for example. So by doing so, we can have protected routes that only allow the user to access a certain page, for example, depending on his permissions and his current session variables. So this is a really, really important concept. So maybe it was a little bit too much explanation, maybe it was a little bit too little, but I really hope you understand this concept because this is really, really important. And we'll also have a lot of examples later on, so if you don't understand everything yet, this is also no problem. But make sure to always start the session before using it. Now we are also having the server Superglobal variable. So let me echo out server of request method, for example. I'm going to reload the page. We have in get, because usually if you fetch a website or a web page, this is a get request. If we submit this form, for example, that has the method of post, for example, we will get post, as you can see. So this variable, so the Superglobal variable, so the server Superglobal variable of a request method gives you the request method. And this can be really, really useful if you want to check, for example, if the request is in fact a post request. Because oftentimes if you submit a register form, for example, and the user would just input those values by using the URL on top, for example, so you could also just say username equals hello, pvd is equal to whatever, doesn't matter, then you could also submit this form without using a post request. And this would be a security issue. So it would make sense to check whether our request method is, for example, equal to post, and only if this request method is equal to post, only then we are going to do something. Otherwise, we are just not going to do anything. So this is a common use case. So server is really important. You can also output server of request URI, for example. Let's save that. Let's reload the page. And as you can see, we are now getting /mpc/index.php because this is the request URI. And now we also have underlined files that allows us to access a certain file, for example. So let's say we want to submit a file by using the form. Then we can use input :file. The name can, for example, be avatar. So maybe we want to use an avatar or set an avatar when registering the user. And then we can access this avatar by using files of avatar right here. But it's really important that you also use enc, so enc type being equal to multi-part form data. Without this attribute, you're not able to submit files within a form. So you have to set this one to be able to submit this file. So now let's echo this out, and this does not make too much sense. So let me show you. Let's choose a file like this. Let's submit. And as you can see, we are getting this array right here. So now we can access a key inside of this array, for example, or a key value pair by using the key again. So the key of name, for example. Let's reload the page. Let's choose a file. Let's say we are going to use do. We're going to submit. And as you can see, we're getting do.jpg. So this is just the file name. Oftentimes you maybe want to check whether a file has been set or not. So we are going to use if. And now we can say if it is not empty, for example. So empty is just a built-in function that checks whether an input is empty or not. If the input is empty, then this is going to return true. Otherwise, it's going to return false. So in our case, if this is not empty, so if underline files of avatar is not empty, then we can echo out not empty. Else we can just echo out empty, for example. Let's save that. So let's reload the entire page, probably MPC, we are getting empty. Let's choose a file. That one, for example, let's submit, and we're getting not empty. So by doing so, we can, for example, check whether the user has uploaded a file or not. If he has uploaded a file in a real world scenario, we could, for example, say, okay, now you can go on and upload the file. Otherwise, you have to upload something. So superglobals in PHP are really important. We will use a lot of them later on. So if you did not understand everything yet, we'll get to that later on. But I hope you just understood a little bit inside of this introduction. Let's understand validation and sanitization of input fields. Imagine we are having a form of type get, for example, and inside of this form we want to submit an email address. So we are going to use input of type email. The name of the field is going to be email, for example, doesn't really matter too much, and the action is going to be index.php. Now we also need a submit button, so a button of type submit that can, for example, have the text submit. So now we have this email field right here and the submit button to submit this form. So now we can submit this form, and it would work technically even though this input field, so this email field, is completely empty. So we need to make sure that this email field is valid if we want to submit this form, or if we want to do something with this data, for example. So maybe we only want to store this data in the database if the email is valid. So how can we validate the email, for example, or how can we validate input fields in general? And in order to do so, we can use validation and sanitization functions that are built in within PHP. So you can use filter underline var, for example. Right here you have to pass a value. In our case, we want to check for an email. We don't have this email yet, so we need an email variable. So let's say email variable is equal to underline get, so the get superglobal variable, and we want to access the email input field. The email input field has the name email, so we need to access our input field with the name email, like so. Let's save that one. By using filter var, we are saying that we want to validate our email right here. And now we also need to define the filter we want to use. And we want to use filter. We want to validate, so filter underline validate. And right here you can see a lot of built-in functions inside of PHP. So by using filter bool, you can validate booleans. By filter validate email, you can validate an email, filter validate float for floats, and so on. So I think you get the idea. In our case, we want to validate an email, so we have to use filter validate email right here. And this right now will validate our email. And now we can implement some logic, for example. Let's imagine we only want to do something if our email is valid. So if filter var of email, filter validate email is true, then we want to echo out valid email, for example. Else we want to echo out invalid email, for example. Now let's reload the page. And as you can see, we're getting invalid email because at the moment we never submitted an email. So now let's submit an email. Email is again invalid. Let's submit a valid email, and we're getting valid email. So this seems to be a valid email right now. Maybe HTML also prevents us from submitting this email right here. But as you already saw, you can also just submit an empty input field, and this would obviously be an invalid email. But you could also use the parameters right here inside of the URL to submit an email. So this could be where, for example, and this would be a valid GET request as well. So this would be submitted to the server if you wanted to do that without validation. And you can also use something like Thunder Client, Postman, that allows you to execute post and GET requests, for example. So I could just go into Thunder Client right here. I could specify my domain. So I could say I want to do a post request to this endpoint, so to this URL, which is our URL right now. And now I could just enter this object right here. And I can say, okay, I wanna send the email as dsfsd, for example. So this is not a valid email technically. So I can send that one. And as you can see, we're getting status 200. So this is a valid request, and I could execute a valid HTTP request to this endpoint, even without using the front end right here. Also, all you really need to understand, front end logic is never meant for implementing any form of cyber security. Obviously, it's good if you have some feedbacks on your front end for the user to show him what the password should look like, for example, what the email should look like, and so on. But that is only to improve the experience of the user. That is not to make your web page secure. To make your web page secure, you always need to validate data within the backend, so within your PHP code. And one way is this filter validate function, for example, built into PHP. So as I already mentioned, there are a lot of validation functions within PHP, so filter, validate boolean, email, float, int, and so on. So you can always use the one that fits. Now there also exists a way to sanitize input. So we can also use filter var for email, and now we can say filter sanitize email, for example. And now let's remove this if statement as well as this echo and all of this right here. And let's just echo out this right here. Filter sanitize email in our case, for example, removes all symbols inside of the email that are not allowed within an email. So it sanitizes the email or cleans the email up. And there also exist a lot of sanitize functions if you take a look. So sanitize email, sanitize number float, sanitize number in, and so on. So let's sanitize our email. So now let's just enter an invalid email. So let's, for example, go ahead and use yapo at, and let's use those symbols right here, .com, for example. Let's try to submit. And as you can see right here, our HTML prevents us from using this symbol. So technically this is safe, right? As already mentioned, this is not a safe way, and we should never trust HTML. So the user could also go ahead, in our case, just copy this email, go in here to the URL and pass this or enter this as a URL parameter. So we can say email is equal. Now let's just copy this email right here. So yapo at, we're including those symbols right here, and we can send that one. And as you can see, this one was valid. And now by using sanitize, so filter sanitize email, we removed those symbols right here from our email. So our email has been sanitized. Also, I showed you this way to sanitize input, and from time to time you want to use this, but I also want to be honest, this is not something that you usually do. Using filter validate email is something that you will do pretty often, because you oftentimes want to validate your email before storing it inside of the database, because otherwise it wouldn't really make sense. But sanitizing input is something that you do not really want to do too often, and is something that is not really that necessary, to be honest, as well. A lot of people think that sanitizing your input before storing it inside of the database is somehow more secure than just storing it as plain text inside of the database, but that is actually not the case. It does not really matter how you store the data inside of the database. Sanitizing the input before sending it to a database does not really change anything regarding the security of your database, and that is what we want to get to next. So imagine we are having this email right here. We are sending this email to a database by using the submit button. And later on, imagine we are having a page where every other user can see our email address when we display a post, for example. The security risk only happens when we output this data. Now, you can, for example, imagine that a user just goes in, enters a script tag right here, for example. Instead of the script tag, he uses normal JavaScript code. So he could, for example, say alert, hey yo, hacked, for example. And now he could just end the script tag, and he could submit this right here. Now this is an email field, so this is not valid, but let's just say this here is a text field, for example, and let's submit. And as you can see, we submitted this form right here. So technically, nothing really happened because we did not output this text yet. But now let's also say we are going to output our email inside of our app. We're going to submit, and now we're getting heyo hacked. So once we display this email within our page, we're executing the code that we inserted into this email field, and this code was just JavaScript code, and obviously JavaScript code within an HTML page is valid. So we are going to execute JavaScript code for every single user who is going to see this email right here on his page. And if you think about a blog page, for example, you always have like a username right here and you have a blog post right below. Every user who sees this blog post that another user has created, for example, will load this code right here. So every other user will execute this code and will therefore get this alert right here that we submitted right here. If you think about Facebook, for example, you could just write a comment right below an image, and every person who is going to load this image and is going to load the comments and therefore see your comment is going to execute your code, so your JavaScript code. So if you don't prevent this from happening, every user who is ever going to see this comment, for example, would be at a high risk of executing the JavaScript code that can potentially be malicious and therefore cause a lot of damage for a lot of different users. So we somehow need to make sure that this is not possible. So sanitizing data before storing it inside of the database is something that does not prevent cross-site scripting from happening. You always have to encode your output. So you always have to make sure that your output will be displayed in a safe format or safe way. And in order to do so, we can use HTML special chars. And inside of this function, we can just display our email. Let's save that. Let's again create a script. We're going to use an alert, hello. And now we're again going to use the closing tag right here. Let's submit. And as you can see right now, this script does not execute anymore, but we rather just see this as plain text. So HTML special chars should be used for literally everything where you accept user input that you want to display on your page later on. And you also have to think about it. Why is it important to essentially sanitize the output but not the input? Let's think about it. You're sending your username, for example. You're sending this to the server. We're not going to execute the code on the server. We're just going to store the code on the server. So if you're not executing any code on the server, there's not really a problem about it. We're just going to store it right there and nothing else happens. So even if you store potentially malicious code on the server, it's not a problem yet because we are not executing the code. When are we executing the code? We're executing the code when another user or yourself, but most of the time you want to damage other users. So when another user requests the page that contains malicious code. So maybe another user is on Instagram and now requests your profile page, for example. Within your profile page, the other user obviously also has to load your username, for example, because maybe that username will be displayed within your profile page. So now he loads this malicious code. He loads this potentially malicious code. So he's looking at this profile that includes malicious code. Now that he loaded this malicious code within his website, so within his front end, that includes HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code, he will execute this code, this malicious JavaScript code in our case, within his browser. And obviously this is something that is really bad for him. And that's the problem with cross-site scripting. So basically saving malicious JavaScript code to the server that will later on be executed in other users' browsers and therefore cause harm to them. So always make sure if you're going to output code that can potentially be malicious to use HTML special chars. So to sum up, you can use filter var combined with filter validate to validate input, and that is something that you should always do, especially for your email, for example. Then you can also use filter var combined with filter sanitize, and by doing so you can, for example, sanitize your email. That is something you can do. You do not really have to do that, and it's not that important, but in some use cases you might want to do that. And something that you always want to do when you want to output potentially malicious code within your website is using HTML special chars before including your value right here. And something that is also important right here is that you use ent underline quotes and set this one to UTF-8. And this is something that you want to add to also make sure that XSS does not appear within HTML attributes. So this is more secure and is also something that you always want to add. Let's understand empty and is set in PHP. Imagine we have the variable age that can be equal to 0, for example. Now we want to check if the variable age is empty, for example, so age. If that is the case, then we are going to echo out empty. Otherwise, we are going to echo out not empty, like so. Let's save that one. Let's reload the page. And as you can see, we are getting empty because the variable age is equal to 0. So if a variable is either empty, so does not have a value, like so, or if the value is 0, for example, or if the value is an empty array, and so on, then we will always get empty. If the variable has a value though, like 12, then we're getting not empty, as you can see. And a variable is empty if it is 0, for example, as a number, 0.0 as a float, 0 as a string, if it's an empty string, for example, if it's null, or if it's false, or if it's not set. So if it's literally just nothing. So those are all the circumstances that result in an empty variable. Now you can also just use isset, for example, instead of empty, so isset of age. And now let's say we want to see if age of 0 is going to be set. Let's reload, and as you can see, we're getting empty. Why are we getting empty? Because we're checking, is our variable age set? If the variable is set, then we're echoing out empty. So in this case, we have to check if the variable age is not set. So if is set is equal to false, then we're going to echo out empty. Otherwise, we're going to echo out not empty. So is set does check if a variable is set in any way. So 0 is also a valid way. And a variable is only not set if the value is either null, so if it does not have a value, as you can see, so it can also be equal to null right here, and we will still get the same result, or if the variable does not exist at all. So let's delete age, and as you can see, we're getting empty. So by using isset, you check whether a variable exists at all, and by using empty, you're checking whether a variable is empty, for example. So empty is oftentimes used to validate user input fields, and isset is oftentimes used to check whether a superglobal is set at all. So we could, for example, check if is set. So oftentimes you, for example, check for a session variable. So for example, check if session of maybe last underline regeneration is set. If it is set, then you might want to do something, and otherwise you might want to do something else. So that is a use case where you oftentimes use isset. You don't have to remember this, you'll see this later on a lot though. Just want to make sure that you see this right here. And oftentimes if you validate user input, so if you have an input field, for example, inside of a form, so form of type post, for example, and inside of this form field, you have an input of type email, doesn't really matter. Then oftentimes you want to check whether this email is empty or not. So if the user has entered something, and then you can use if empty, for example, of underline post of email, for example, then obviously we also need to use this email field right here. And if this variable, so if the email is empty, then you maybe want to prevent the user from sending the form, otherwise he can send the form. So that would be a possible scenario when you want to use empty. Let's do a short practice project to practice everything again that we've learned up to this point. First of all, we need to create a new project. So we can, for example, open our file explorer. Right here, we can go to this PC, local disk, XAMPP. So you have to go to the location where you have installed XAMPP. Then you're going to open the htdocs folder right here. And this is the place where you always want to create your project. In our case, we can create a new folder. The folder is going to have the name practice, for example, underline 1. Choose whatever name you want. Then we're going to open this folder right here. And we can just right click into the folder, open terminal. And right here, we can type code dot to open Visual Studio Code within this folder. Obviously, you could also just open Visual Studio Code and drag the folder in here, and that would have the same effect. Or file, open folder, and then you have to select the folder where you created your project, which would be practice 1 in our case. So all of those ways work. Now we created a project, but we should also open XAMPP. So we are going to type XAMPP into the search bar. We're going to start XAMPP right here. And now we have to start Apache and MySQL. So we press start and start right here. So now that we started our Apache server as well as MySQL, we are ready to go. And for this one, we will not use MySQL, but since we will use it in the future, I'm just going to start right here because you will do it anyways all of the time. Now to get started, we are going to create our index.php file so we can create some PHP code. We're going to create a basic HTML boilerplate by using the exclamation mark. And now, since we started our Apache server, we can already access our page by using localhost / followed by the name of the folder. In our case, the folder name is practice_1, so practice_1. And as you can see now, we are seeing the document. And if I'm going to type something in here and we reload the page, we have this document. So now let's write some PHP. I'm going to use the PHP opening tag as well as the PHP closing tag. So within those tags we can now write PHP code, and we want to create a basic contact form. So we are going to create a form of type post right here. The action defines the file that we want to execute once we submit this form. In our case, we want to execute this PHP code. So we have to say that we want to execute PHP code inside of our index.php file, like so. If we have a basic contact form, we want to have an input of type text, for example, that is responsible for getting the name. The ID can be name, for example, and the placeholder could be full name. We might as well want to get the email, so we need an input of type email. The name is going to be email, the ID is going to be email, and the placeholder can also be email right here. And if you think about a normal contact form, you also might want to have a text area right here where the user can enter some text. So we want to have a text area. The name can be message, for example, the ID can be message, and for the placeholder, let's also use message. And I'm going to reload the page, and now it looks like this. And I know the styling is probably pretty terrible, but since this is a PHP course, we will not focus on that. So right below, we want to have a button to submit our entire form. So I'm going to create a button of type submit. And once we click on this button, we will execute the file that we've defined within this action attribute, which is our index.php, so this PHP code. The text can be submit. And now, instead of our PHP code, which will be executed on submission, we first need to get all of those values right here if the request is a post request. So if we submit this form, if I'm going to load the page, for example, this is a GET request because loading a page is a GET request. And on every GET request, we would obviously also execute this PHP code. But we only want to execute this PHP code in our case if we submit the form. So if we have a post request. So we can check whether this is a post request by saying if server of request method is equal to post. So if we get a post request, then we are going to execute whatever we have within this if statement. We're going to use the post superglobal of name to access this name field right here. And now we save this field right here within a variable. So the variable name can be name, for example. So name is equal to our post superglobal of name. Now we have to do the exact same for the other fields. So we say our email variable is equal to our post superglobal of our email field. And now we also need to get the text area. So we say message is equal to our post superglobal of message in our case. So now we've gotten all of those values from our form. And let's say we just want to display all of our values right below each other, right below our form. We can just do so by using echo. Let's create a basic break statement. So a normal HTML element. We are going to concatenate by using the dot. And right here, we are going to render our name variable. Let's just duplicate this echo statement twice. And right below, we are going to echo out our email. And right below, we are going to echo out our message, like so. Let's save that. Let's reload the page. Let's say my full name is Bayo. My email is hey@gmail.com. And message, maybe we have an angry customer. Your company is trash, bro. Submit. And as you can see, we're getting hey@gmail.com and this warning right here because message seems to be undefined because this here was obviously an error. This needs to be message. I was probably pretty confused because of this Superglobal syntax. So let's reload again. Where you delete your company. Let's submit. And as you can see, we're getting Gmail and delete your company. Let's get to know phpmyadmin. In order to use phpmyadmin, make sure that you have XAMPP running right here, and especially that you have MySQL right here running. If it is not running yet, just press start right here. Then you can go to any browser you like, and instead of the URL right here, you can enter localhost/phpmyadmin. And this will get you to this dashboard right here, and is a little bit too big. And this will get you to this dashboard right here. So to this phpmyadmin dashboard. To the left right here, you have all of your databases right now. And as you can see, I already have a couple of databases like login, bro, and so on. So those were all databases from previous projects. Now this panel on the top, displays a lot of stuff, but actually most of this is completely unnecessary and I never used any of this. The only tabs that may be important are the databases and the SQL tabs. Let's take a look at databases, and as you can see right here, you can see all of your databases and you can create a database right here. You could do so, but there's also an easier way, and that is to just use plain SQL code right here. If you do not have a clue about SQL, I obviously recommend you to do an SQL course if you want to use PHP, but for now it's not that important and you can still follow along. To create a database, so a new database, instead of phpmyadmin, we're going to use create database, and now you can just give the database a random name. This can be anything. This could be this could also be this, and it could be NPC. So in our case, let's say we want to create the database NPC. I'm going to press go, and as you can see, we created the database NPC. Right now, to the left, you can see that we now have this database NPC right here, and instead of this database, we can now create a table. So let's say we want to use a database, we want to use NPC. So by saying use name of the database, we are selecting the database for which we want to define some operations right now. In our case, it's going to be the NPC database. And instead of this database, we now want to create a table, for example. So we can just say create table, and let's imagine we wanted to create a users table. So we can say users, for example, and every single user in this users table should have an ID. So we're going to say ID is of type int. It's going to be unsigned. We will have auto increment, and the ID is going to be the primary key. Again, this is just plain SQL. We also want to have an email. This email will have a varchar. Maximum character length will be 255 characters. It cannot be null, so we need a value right here, and it has to be unique, so we can't have the same email twice. We also want to have a password, for example, so pvd of varchar. Let's allow 60 characters for the password, and our password cannot be null. So this is a basic SQL query. Let's press go. We created the table. Let's click on NPC again, and as you can see, we can now see the users table. So again, for those who don't know SQL, you usually have a database. This database oftentimes is responsible for your project, so you create one single database oftentimes for one project, but you can also have multiple databases for a project. So that's up to you. But oftentimes, especially for small projects, you will have one single database for one project. Instead of this database, you can now create different tables. So you could have a table for all of your users. Then on your web page, you might have a store. So users can also order something. So you might want to have another table for your orders, and so on. And every single table is responsible for one thing, for example. One table is responsible for storing all of the users. One table is responsible for storing all of the data regarding the orders, and so on. And every single table then has a couple of columns, and every single column stores one specific value, in this case regarding the user. So the first column stores all of the IDs of the user, so the first user will have the ID 1, second will have the ID 2, third will have the ID 3, and so on. Second column stores all of the emails of the users, and the third column in our case stores all of the passwords of all of the users. So again, we have a hierarchy right here. Database stores all of the tables, tables store all of the columns. And every single row later on is going to be one entry. So every single row in our case is going to be one single user. If we have 10 rows, for example, then we have 10 users. User 1 might have the ID 1, the email ayo@web.de, and a password of heyo. And I think you get the idea. That's how a database works. And phpmyadmin just allows us to manage the database that we want to create. So to manage our MySQL database. Let's understand the PDO connection. So last time we took a look at phpmyadmin, and now we might want to insert into this database right here. So obviously we could just use some SQL code to insert into users, for example, and then we can say we want to insert an email and a PVD. The values are probably going to be a@web.de, and the PVD is just going to be some random text. And we could just execute this query. And as you can see, now we should have a user inside of our users table. So let's take a look, and we have this user right here. But if you're using PHP, that is not really something that is useful, because we want to give a user the option to, for example, enter some input, so an email and a password, into a form, for example, submit this form, and then the data will be stored inside of our database. So inside of this NPC database, inside of the users table. So let's just open localhost/npc. And let's understand how we can connect to a database. In order to connect to a database, we first need to define a data source name, so DSN, that is going to be equal to MySQL : Now we need to define the host. The host is going to be localhost because we're testing on our machine and we are using localhost right here. Then we need to define a DB name, so the database name. The database name is the name that we just defined previously. In our case, the name of the database is NPC because that was the name that I've used. So DB name is equal to NPC. And now we can also say that the char set is equal to UTF-8 MB4. And this right here is nothing you really necessarily need, but it's definitely best practice and I highly recommend you to define the char set right here. Now let's end this by using a semicolon right here. Now we also need to define a DB username. So the username that we've used for our database, for most of us this is going to be the root username, because usually that's the default username when you download MySQL, but you can also take a look at your user accounts, and right here I have root, for example. So this is the username, as you can see, and as you can see the password is also no, so I did never set a password. So you can take a look at this tab if you're not entirely sure, but for me the username is root and the password is not set, so it's an empty string. So DB username is going to be equal to root and DB password is going to be equal to an empty string. And now to connect to the database, we need to say that we want to create a PDO instance. So this is going to be an object. So this is a variable in which we will store an object. So we're going to say PDO is equal to new PDO. This is a built-in class inside of PHP that will allow us to create a new PDO object. If you do not understand what exactly this is, we will get into object-oriented PHP later on. But for now, just remember that you can create an object by doing so. And inside of this constructor, you need to pass a couple of arguments to create a valid connection. First of all, we need the data source name, so DSN. So let's just pass DSN right here. Then we need to pass the database username right here as the second argument, so DB username. And as the third argument, we have to pass in DB password, like so. And obviously we could also just go ahead, delete this and enter the empty string right here and enter root right here, and this would work as well, but using a variable instead is a lot cleaner, so we are going to do that. And if we later decide that we want to change our username or our password, then we can just enter it here, and this is a lot safer and a lot easier. Now let's minimize this again, let's go to our website and let's just put this PDO right here into a try catch block. Now let's put this PDO connection right in there, so we are trying to connect to our database. If that works, then we are going to echo out connection successful, for example. Else, so if we get an error, we are getting a PDO exception and the error, so the exception right here. And we're just going to echo out connection not successful. Let's just execute this code right here. And as you can see, our connection has been successful. Last time we created this PDO connection right here, and now let's try to insert into our database. Let's try to insert a user into our database. In order to do so, we're going to write some HTML code to allow the user to enter some input. So we're going to use form::post. For the action attribute, we will say that we want to call our index.php once we submit this form, because this is going to be the code that we want to execute. Inside of this form, we want to have an input of type email. The name is going to be email. And the placeholder is going to be email. Now we also want to have an input of type password. The name is going to be password and the placeholder is going to be password right here. Now we want to have a button of type submit to submit our form, and the text is just going to be submit. So this is going to be a super minimalistic form right here that just allows us to enter an email, a password and submit it to the server so we can store the user data inside of the server. Right here, we created our connection. So now we want to use this connection to write data to the database. First of all, we need to get the data inside of our PHP code. So we need to get our email and we want to store this email data that the user entered right here into the input field instead of this email variable. So what can we do? We want to get data from a post request. So we can use our post superglobal, the post superglobal of email, because that is the input field. And we also want to get our password. So underline post of password in our case. So now we have the email and the password data instead of our PHP file right here. And now there exist a lot of ways to insert code into the database. So we can create a statement, for example, and this is just going to be a regular SQL statement. So we can, for example, say we want to insert into our database. We want to insert into our users table right here. So if we go to our database NPC, we have this users table right here, and we want to insert into this users table by using PHP code right now. So instead of the statement, we are just writing plain SQL code. So we want to insert into users. What kind of values do we want to insert? We want to insert our username as well as our PVD, so our password, and we want to submit some values. And for now, let's just use some static values. So let's say for the username, we just want to say Ben, and for the PV, we are just going to say Ben1, for example. Doesn't really make too much sense, but let's test this. And now right below, we can just use our PDO variable that we've created previously, so our connection to the database. We can use this syntax right here, and we did not discuss this syntax right here yet, but this just says, for the PDO object, get me one of the properties. And the properties can obviously be a function inside of the object, for example, or can just be a key value pair, and so on. But we'll get into that later on. For now, just remember that by doing so, we can, for example, execute a function that is stored inside of this object. And the function that we want to execute is going to be query. And inside of this query, we need to pass the query that we want to execute. In our case, we want to execute this statement right here, which is just a plain SQL query. We're going to end this by using a semicolon. And I just realized that this field here is email and not username. So we need to change that. We need to say that we want to insert into users, and this is going to be the email and not the username. For simplicity, this is ben@web.de. Doesn't really matter though. Now let's again go to our web page. Let's enter, or let's just press the submit button. We don't even need data at this point. So let's press submit. There was a reload right here. So let's go to our database. Let's reload the database, and right now we have ben@web.de and ben1. So we inserted something into the database, but right now it was a static value. So the user was not really able to enter a value right here. So you can also use single quotation marks right here, and you can input our email right here. So the email variable that we used right here, that we defined right here, where we used the post superglobal to get the value entered inside of the input field. And now we can do the same for the PVD. So we can say $PVD to get the value from our PVD variable. Let's again go to our website. Let's enter a random email, a random password. Let's submit. I submitted the form. Let's go to our page. And as you can see now, we have yapo@gmail.com and ASDASDAs. Whatever, doesn't really matter though. So now we stored the user input inside of our database. But I'm already going to tell you, I really want to make this short. This is a terrible way of storing data inside of the database because it's super unsecure. And the reason for this is that this code is really prone to SQL injections. So what is an SQL injection? Right now, imagine the user would just enter, instead of this input field right here, let me show you. Instead of this input field, the user could just enter plain SQL code. So I could, for example, instead of this password field, use drop database users, for example, or drop database whatever. So right now, let's take a look. We have this NPC database right here. Let me show you. I'm just going to enter this as the password. We are not seeing what I just entered, but this is essentially just this code right here. So I used this quotation mark, a closing bracket, a semicolon, and then this drop table users statement right here, followed by this comment initialization to comment out everything afterwards. So let me show you how this works. Let's execute the code. We're going to submit. We submit it. I'm going to reload. And as you can see, we don't have the users table anymore. So we just deleted the users table, or actually it was not us, it was the user who sent some malicious code to the database and therefore deleted our users table. And he didn't delete the database, he just deleted the table in this case. I'm not sure if I said that correctly, but I hope you get the idea. In this case, he did not delete the database, he deleted a single table inside of our database. But this is obviously bad enough, so this is something that we definitely do not want to happen. And in order to fix that, there exists something that is called a prepared statement. What a prepared statement does is it executes the SQL code, but it uses some placeholders for the parameters right here. So it does not insert the parameters directly, but uses a placeholder for the parameter, executes the SQL code, and once the code has been executed, then he is just going to take the values separately and just inserts the values to the right positions inside of the database. So it's not going to execute the statement, but rather just going to insert after the statement has already been executed with placeholders. So there's no way for a user to insert malicious code right there, because we're just using placeholder text or placeholders in general to execute the SQL code. And only after the SQL code has been executed, only then we are going to store our real values inside of the database. And even if those real values now contain malicious code, it doesn't really matter because the SQL code has already been executed. And if we're not going to execute malicious code as SQL code, then it doesn't really matter, because if we just store it inside of the database, it doesn't matter if it's malicious. It just matters once we execute malicious code. Just storing malicious code, again, is no problem at all. Only the execution is the problem. And I know I said this a lot, but I really want to make sure that you understand why this is important. And this is probably the most important part in this entire course, because this is really what makes your database safe and secure. And especially if you think about a banking app, the worst thing that can possibly happen is a user getting access, for example, to your SQL database and therefore to the data of your customers, for example. So this is really, really important. So how does this work right now? We can define a placeholder by just using a colon right before the placeholder name. In our case, let's say colon email and colon. So those values right now are placeholders. After we defined the placeholders, let's also delete that. We need to make sure that we bind the values. Also, I'm going to say that this here is my query, because that might be a more suitable name right now. I also want to have a statement right now. This statement is going to be equal to PDO. I'm going to access a method from this PDO object that is going to be the prepare method that just expects our query. So now we have this query, and this essentially just says prepare the query for us. So this statement now includes the prepared query, and now we also need to bind the values to the statement. So we can say statement bind value right here. We need to define the parameter that we used as a placeholder up to this point. This is colon email, because that was the name that we defined right here for the placeholder. And we also need to define the value that we want to pass to this parameter later on. So this is going to be our email variable, because this is going to be the value that the user has entered. Now we are going to do the exact same for our password. So we are going to say colon pvd, because that was the value that we've defined right here for our parameter. And now we want to submit the pvd value later on to the database. And all we have to do in the end is going to say statement execute to execute this entire statement. So what we're saying right here is essentially first prepare the query. You can execute the query with those placeholders right here, but for now only keep the placeholders. Later on, after we executed the statement, so the SQL code, we are going to bind the value email and pvd to those placeholders right here. So we are not going to execute some SQL code. We are just going to insert those values right here to the right positions inside of our database. And that's essentially it. So now we'll execute everything, and everything is going to happen as intended. And also, if you use those placeholders, you need to remove those quotation marks right here. So let's get rid of them. Let's reload the page, continue. Let me enter some input, password, submit. Let's use an @ sign like so. Let's submit. Let's reload. Now we are having this user. And now let me again enter some malicious code. So the same code that we had previously, like so. Let me also enter a random email. Let me submit. And now we submitted the text. Let's reload. And as you can see, our users table is still there. We just inserted this malicious code, if you want to say so, into the database. But since we used a prepared statement, we never executed this code as part of SQL code. Therefore, we are just storing this code in the database, and that is absolutely no problem, as long as we are using prepared statements. So I know this can be a complex topic. I really hope you understood this as far as possible. You don't need to understand everything yet. We will get into more detail later on. Let's understand the CRUD operations in SQL. CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete. So CRUD is the short form for create, read, update, and delete. So today we will learn how to write data into the database, so how to create data, how to read the created data, how to update the created data, and how to delete the created data. Creating data could be creating a user in a database, for example. Reading data could be reading the user in the database. Updating data could be updating the username, for example, in the database. And delete could be deleting the user in the database. At the moment, we just have this PDO connection to the server right here. First of all, we need to create a query right here. So we say query is equal to insert into users. As you can see, we have this users table right here. Let's take a look. And as you can see, we have this users table that has an ID, an email, and a PVD. ID will be automatically generated, so we need to insert email and PVD. So we need to insert email and PVD. For the values, we need to define some placeholders because we want to have a secure query. So colon, email, colon, PVD. And let's end the statement by using a semicolon right here to end the statement instead of SQL, and another semicolon right here to end the statement instead of PHP. So now we have this query. Now we need to prepare this query. So we say statement is equal to PDO. So this PDO object that we have right here, that we created right here, we are going to call the prepare method of this object, and we are going to pass the query as an argument to this prepare method. So query right here. So now we prepared this query. So now we also need to bind the values to define params, so to the placeholders right here. So we say statement bind value to the placeholder colon email. We bind the value email, and to the statement we also bind the value colon PVD, or to the placeholder PVD we bind the value PVD. We don't have those values yet, so we need to accept those values. In order to accept those values, we also need to be able to get those values. So we need to give the user the possibility or the option to insert data inside of a form. So we say form colon post to create a form that has the method post. And for the action, we need to define the file in which we defined the PHP code we want to execute. In our case, it's in the same file. So it's inside of our index.php, because once we submit this form, we want to execute this PHP code right here. So the code inside of the index.php. Now we have an input of type email because we need to get an email. Name is going to be email. ID doesn't matter for now. And placeholder can be email, is not that important though as well. Input of type password has a name of password, and let's say for the placeholder that one's going to be password as well. Now we need a button of type submit to submit this form, and that one can just have the text submit. Let's reload the page, and as you can see, we're getting this minimalistic input form. And as you can see, we're also getting this warning right here. So let's get rid of this warning by saying if server of request method is going to be equal to post, only then we are going to execute this entire block of code right here. So we're accessing this server superglobal. We're taking a look at the request method. If we're just loading this page, the request method is usually a get request method, because fetching a page is a get request. So only if we have a post request, which we have inside of our form, because we defined this one as a post request, only then we're going to execute this code. So this query as well as those statements. So let's reload the page. As you can see, the error is now gone. And now after binding those values, we also need to say statement execute, because now we want to execute everything. Let's enter an email like so. And a random password, doesn't really matter. Let's submit. And you can see we are still having undefined variable email. The reason for this is that we did not get this value right here and pass it to a variable. So we need to create this variable email, which can be equal to post of email. And let's just place that inside of here as well. And now we can also get our PVD, which is equal to our post superglobal of PVD. Or in our case, I think it was password, because the name right here for our input field was password. Let's save that one. So we are storing the value of this password input field inside of the PVD variable as well. Let's reload, continue. Let's just use this as an email and this as a password. Let's submit. And as you can see, now it worked. Let me reload the database so you can see our last user had the ID 6. Let me reload. And now we have 7 and 8. So the users that we just created right now. And this here has been the last user. So creating now seems to work. Now let's also say we want to read the users. And we can keep our logic pretty similar. Let's just remove the password field, for example. And let's say we just want to have this input field where we can enter an email address. So we can enter the email, and then we want to find the user and output the entire user. So his ID, for example, as well as his password. And obviously in a real world application, you would not want to output a password. But I think for demonstration, this shows you how to read data from a database. So first of all, let's delete everything again, because I think writing everything out again is a good exercise or good practice. So we say email is again equal to post of email. Now we create a query and we're saying select everything from users where email is equal to email. But for now, we are again going to use a placeholder for our email to make this a safe query. And we're going to end the statement right here by using a semicolon. Now we are going to create statement and saying this here is equal to PDO prepare. We are going to prepare our query once again. We're going to use statement bind value to the email parameter. We are going, or placeholder, we are going to bind our email value right here. And now we are going to do statement execute like so. Now we executed the query and now we are getting back data. So we can do statement and we're going to fetch and we're going to define a fetch mode. So we could, for example, say that you want to use PDO : fetch underline default. But in our case, we are going to use PDO : fetch associative. So fetch assoc, which means fetch associative. So we are going to fetch an associative array. And what does this line right here mean? By using this line, we're saying that we want to get an associative array returned. So our result now looks somewhat like this. So we have a username, for example. Then we have this array syntax. And right here, we have our username, for example. Afterwards, we are having a PVD, for example, and we're getting a random string as the password. And now we can say that we want to store this array in the user variable. So we could imagine that this here is going to be the user that we're getting back from our database that includes all of the information about our user. And now we could access one of those array keys by using user of username, for example, or PVD. So that is the benefit of getting the data as an associative array. And usually if you work with a database, you pretty much always want to use fetch associative because you want to get the data as an associative array. And now let me show you what this one here looks like. Let's just say we want to echo out. We're going to echo out maybe a break statement. So normal HTML code dot, and let's concatenate that one with our user of email, for example. Let's duplicate that line. So we have another break statement, and now we're going to access user of PVD and maybe user of ID. So now let's say we want to get yapo@gmail.com. Try to remember the password and the ID. The ID is 5. So let me enter yapo@gmail.com. Let's submit. And as you can see, we're getting the user Yapo. So we read the user with the ID 5. Now we could obviously also just say that we want to fetch every single user. So we could create a query, for example, that is equal to select everything from users. So we're just getting everything from users. Now that is a query that we do not really need to prepare. So we could just say statement is equal to PDO like so. And we're just going to use the query method right here. We have to pass our query to this query method of the PDO object. So now we're just executing this query. Why do we not need to prepare the statement? We are not having any form of user input, so there's not really a possibility of having an SQL injection because the user is not able to enter any form of malicious code, so we can just execute this without preparing it. And now it's pretty similar to the previous solution. All we have to do right now is we can say we're getting the users and we are using stmt, so statement. We are going to execute the fetch all method of our statement object. And for the fetch mode, we're again using PDO : attribute error mode. So now we are having an array of associative arrays. So right here, we are having user 1, for example, who has username, whatever, doesn't really matter. PVD doesn't really matter again. So something like this. And now we are just having for every single user one associative array inside of this array right here. So this array now is going to hold all of the associative arrays for all of the users. So now we can just loop over this array and we will get one user for every single iteration. So we can say for each, we're going to say users as user, for example. So we get one user for every single iteration. This user is stored inside of this user variable. And now we can just echo out maybe our break once again, like so. We are going to concatenate that one with our user of username. And let's say for now we just want to echo out all of the usernames. So let me reload the page. And obviously this here needs to be PDO fetch associative, like so. And obviously this here needs to be email because we do not have a username in our database. So let's reload, and as you can see, we're getting all of the emails right here. So this is how you could read multiple entries from a database. Now let's also say we want to update a user that has a certain email. So we could keep this email field, but now let's say we want to update the email for the entered email. So we have one field for the email, for the current email. Now let's add another field for the updated email. So this field has the name updated email, for example, and the placeholder is going to be update email, for example. So now we have a second field right here to update the email. So first we have to enter our current email address, so hello@web.de, for example. Let's use that one. And for the updated email, we could use wayo@gmail.com. So how can we do that one? Let's just delete the current query. Let's again check if server of request method is equal to post. So if we are having a post request, then we're going to define a query that is equal to update users set email equal to email. So this email is a placeholder again, where email is equal to email, semicolon. And obviously this here needs to be the updated email. So we say set email equal to our updated email, where our email is equal to our email. So to this placeholder email. This placeholder email is going to be our current email, so the email that we enter right here. And this updated email is going to be the email right here that we enter to update the email. So we need to get both of those values right here by saying email is equal to post of email, and updated email is equal to our post superglobal of updated email. Next up, let's define a statement. That one is equal to our PO object. We are going to use the prepare method. We're going to prepare our query right here. Now we need to bind our values. So we say statement bind value to our placeholder email. We are going to bind our email value, and again statement bind value to our updated email placeholder. So this one right here, like so. We are going to bind our updated email variable, so the value that we have inside of this input field right here. Now that we bound both of those values to our placeholders, we can now use statement execute to execute the entire statement. And that is already it. So we can again just reload the page. Let's insert our email. As you can see, hello@web.de. That one is the email that we have right here. And now let's say for the new email we want to use whoopee@gmail.com. We're going to submit. We submit it. Let's reload the page. So we should have updated this email. Let me reload. And we're getting for entry with the ID for whoopee@gmail.com. So as you can see, updating is pretty easy as well. Now let me show you how to delete a user. Again, let's get rid of this input field right here that has been used for getting the updated email, because we do not need that anymore. And now let's just say the user is able to enter an email, and we can delete the user with the corresponding email from the database. So we're going to again get our email, which is equal to post superglobal email. We're going to write a query. That query is going to be equal to delete from users. So this here should be delete, obviously. So delete from users, where email is equal to email. So again, we have a placeholder value right here for our email. So we need to prepare the statement again. We say statement is equal to PDO prepare. We're going to prepare our query. We're going to say statement bind value to our email placeholder. We are going to bind the value of our email. And now we're just going to say statement and we're going to execute. So statement, and we're going to execute our statement. Let's save that one. Let's reload the page. Let's say we want to delete the user with this email because that one is pretty random. So let's insert that one. Actually, I didn't get that one. So, like so. Let me submit that one. We submit it. The user with the ID 8 should have been deleted. And as you can see, the user is gone right now. And it's as easy as that to create, read, update, and delete data. Let me introduce you to the header in SQL. So imagine we are having a form right here of type post that allows our user to submit or to press a button that just submits this form. So we say button, submit to create a button of type submit. We're going to have the text submit, and the action is going to be index.php. So we're saying that we want to execute this code right here. Now let's again take a look if the server request method is going to be equal to post. And if that is the case, we know that we submitted this form because right now we only have one single form on this page that has a post method. So it has to be this form right here that has been submitted. And if that is the case, then we can, for example, say that we want to redirect the user to our about.php. So we can just say header. And right here, instead of the header, you have to pass an argument. And this is a location argument. So you can say location, or you should say location, space. And right here, you can define the destination. So we want to get to our about.php. So let's use a relative path. So relative to our index.php. We are on the exact same level. So we can just use the file name about.php to navigate to our about.php file. So now let me reload the page. We're getting this error right here because inside of our about.php, we try to include this /header.php, which is not inside a folder anymore. I think we previously had that one in a folder, so I'm just going to remove this // and now the location should be the right location. And as you can see, we are on our about page, but obviously that is not what we want. So let's just go to our /mpc page. Now we have this submit button right here. And once we click on this submit button right here, we're going to execute this if statement, and specifically this header right here that sets our location to about.php. So I'm going to press submit. As you can see, we're getting redirected to our about.php page. Now let's imagine we are having a folder that is our pages folder, for example. And right here, we just have a page.php. Doesn't really matter though. And right here, I'm just going to have some boiler code and I'm going to have some random text in here. And now, once I click on this button, for example, let's say I want to get to this page right here. So I would have to define the file location to this page. So this file, the page.php, is inside of our pages folder. So we need to say pages. Let me delete that one. So pages/page.php, because that is now the relative path from our current page to this page.php file. Let me reload, submit, and as you can see, we land on our page. If we would be inside of our page, if we would be right here and we wanted to go to our index.php, we would have to use header, location, /, because by using // you're going one level up. So from this page right here, we're going one level up, and then we could navigate to our index.php like so. And it's as easy as that to use the header instead of PHP. So let's understand sessions and let's create a session instead of PHP. So right now, if we want to use the session variable right here, we first have to start a session. So if you want to access the session superglobal, always use session _ start before. So this right here is going to start a session. What happens once we call this function right here? So let me show you. First of all, we're going to create a session on the server. And now we can also access the session superglobal inside of our code. This session right here, in the beginning, once initialized, only probably has a session ID, for example, like so. So now if you log in, for example, you usually get the session ID from the server. You will store this session ID inside of the cookie. The cookie will be stored inside of your browser. And if you do another request now to the server, instead of sending your login data, so your username, email, or password, you're going to send this cookie instead that includes your session ID. You have the session stored on the server, you send this cookie that includes the session ID, and now the server knows, okay, the user with the session ID, so with this session ID, wants to request a certain page, for example. The server can immediately take a look at his own table and see, okay, that's the corresponding user, and he can return the data, for example, if the session ID is valid and the user is valid. Now someone is going to steal your cookie with the session ID though. He can also send this cookie with the session ID to the server. The server falsely thinks that this is the right user, the logged in user, and is also going to return the exact same data. Even though this user never logged in, he just stole your cookie. So if you're going to keep this session started and we never regenerate this session ID right here, then this user who stole your cookie would be able to act as if he was you forever. And this would be obviously a security risk. So it's good practice to regenerate the session ID from time to time. And a lot of people regenerate the session ID every 30 or 60 minutes. So let me show you how this works. First of all, we're going to take a look if isset, if our session last regeneration property is set, then we're going to do something, and otherwise we're going to do something else. So let's first of all check if this session last regeneration variable is not set. If it is not set, that means that we just created this session right now. We've never set this variable right here at this point, so we need to set this variable for the first time and we need to regenerate the session ID. So we're going to use session underline regenerate ID, and we're going to set this one to true. This right here, this true, means that we are going to delete the old session ID and replace it with the newly generated session ID. So we had this old session ID right here. This one is now invalid, and we're going to have a new session ID, and that one is now valid. And now we also want to track when this last regeneration of our session ID has been. So we're going to now set this variable, this superglobal variable of $_session of last generation equal to the current time. So let's imagine, for the purpose of this example, that our time is just going to be 0. Obviously in a real world application, this would be something like December 21 and so on, 1543, doesn't matter. You get the idea though. But for simplicity, let's imagine time for us starts at 0. So now we're going to say else. So if this session last regeneration has already been generated, so if we have generated it right here, then we're going to define an interval. And this interval is pretty custom, so you can choose whatever you want, but as I said, 30 minutes is good practice. So we say 60 seconds times 30, because those are now 30 minutes, is going to be our interval. And once our current time minus our interval is going to be greater or equal to session of last regeneration, then we know 30 minutes have now passed. And now let's think about this. Let's imagine we generated this time right here. Time is now 0. 1 minute passes, time is now 1. Time is going to be 2, 3, 4, and so on, until we get to the point where time is going to be equal to 30 in this minimalistic example. Now we're going to have 30 minus our interval, which is also going to be 30 in this example, because we have 30 minutes right here. So once the current time is greater than this interval, so once the current time minus the interval gets greater than our initial time, so the time of our last regeneration, which has been 0, then we're going to regenerate this session ID. So I hope this makes sense, but you can also just think about it a little more and you'll definitely get the hang of it. So in this case, we're going to again call session underline, so session underline regenerate ID true, because we want to delete the old ID, and now we need to override our session superglobal of last regeneration and set this equal to our current time. So current time now, after we've called this for the first time, is going to be 30 in our case. Now again, we're going to have 30 for our last regeneration from this point on. Time is going to tick and tick, and at a certain point we're getting to 60. 60 minus 30 again needs to be greater or equal to 30 in this case, which is the case, and then we're going to regenerate our session ID again. So I know this was a pretty simple example, but it works the exact same way with the real time. So I hope you get the idea. And as you can see, we regenerated the ID, and some of you might ask what is going to happen with the cookie. And obviously the cookie is going to be invalid once the session ID does not exist anymore on the server. So you could, for example, send this cookie, that has the old session ID, but obviously that session ID does not exist anymore, so this cookie becomes invalid. If an attacker, for example, steals this cookie with the session ID, then this cookie with the session ID is not valid after 30 minutes anymore, and he cannot access your account therefore. Every time you regenerate the session ID, PHP makes sure that you automatically get the new cookie though. So if it is you, you're getting the new cookie, and a potential attacker would have to steal a new cookie again to get access to your account. Last time we understood sessions, but now it's also important to set some cookie parameters for the cookie that ultimately stores the session ID. So, as already mentioned, we have this cookie who stores the session ID for the corresponding session that is stored on the server. So we can set those cookie parameters by using session underline set underline cookie underline params, like so. And this method right here accepts an array. So we can pass an array as an argument. And right here we can now define a lot of different key value pairs that are all super important. So the first one is going to be our lifetime. This here is an associative array, so our lifetime can be equal to 0, for example. So this right here means that our cookie is valid as long as we are on this page, but once we quit, so once we close this page, the cookie will be deleted. And this is especially important for apps like banking apps, where you definitely want to log the user out, for example, after he exits the page. If you think about Instagram though, you do not have to log in on every single request, so it might make sense to have a super long session duration right here. So this is essentially a trade-off in the end between usability and security. If you need maximum security, this value should be as low as possible. If you want to have the maximum user experience, this value should be super high. Now we can also set the path key right here, and this one is going to be equal to a slash for us. This means the cookie is going to be valid for the entire page. So for all of the routes and sub-routes. So if you're having NPC, this is going to be valid. If you're going to have npc/contact.php, this is going to be valid as well. Index.php is going to be valid as well, and so on. So this cookie is valid for every single page and sub-page of this page. Now we can define a domain. We can just keep this empty, which means just use the current domain. For secure, we are going to use true, which means just submit this cookie via HTTPS. So this is also important for security. Now HTTP only is going to be equal to true as well. This just means this cookie is not accessible via JavaScript. This is a protection against XSS, so cross-site scripting, also important for security. And same site is going to be equal to lex in our case. And this is also super important for security because this is a good protection against something that is called CSRF. So imagine you're going on the web page wappa.com, for example. Doesn't matter. It's a random name, but you're just on this random page right here. And now you're maybe somewhere pressing a button. And if this is now a malicious website, this website could, for example, send a request to, let's imagine, your banking app. So to your banking app, and since every time you send a request to a page, by default you also send all of the cookies, so all of the cookies that are stored inside of your browser, this banking app might think, okay, the user is still logged in, so this is a valid request. Maybe wappa.com requests via a banking app to transfer money to their bank account, for example. The request is valid because you're sending the corresponding cookie that proves that you're logged in, and therefore you're sending money by clicking on a button on a different page. And this is obviously something that is really, really bad. So by saying same, and this here needs to be same site, obviously. So by saying same site is equal to lex, you say the cookie is only valid if you send it from the exact same site. So if you send it via wappa.com, for example, this cookie is not going to be valid, and your banking app is therefore going to refuse this request right here. So same site lex is really, really important. And I really hope you understood this example. Otherwise, just feel free to take a short read online. But you can also just remember that you have to set this one, and then you're essentially good to go. Let's create a basic notes app where we are going to create and read notes in the database. To get started, we are again going to create a project. So we're going to open our file explorer. You can also just open a folder, doesn't matter. And then you just have to navigate to this PC. Or at least I have to navigate to this PC because I want to find my XAMPP folder. So local disk again, XAMPP, htdocs. And again, we have to create our projects within this folder. So new folder. And let's say this here is practice_2. we're going to go inside of this practice folder. And this time, let me choose another way to open this project. So we're going to open Visual Studio Code. I still have my old project open. So I'm going to press File, Open Folder. Now I'm going to select Practice 2. Select Folder. So now we opened Practice Folder 2 instead of Visual Studio Code. Again, we need to start XAMPP in order to start our Apache live server. And this time it's also really important to start our MySQL server. So we type XAMPP into the search bar. We open XAMPP and we're going to press Start for Apache and we're going to press Start for MySQL. And this time, since we are going to write into the database, it's really important that you also start MySQL. Let's go into full screen mode and let's start by creating a database for this project. First of all, we can navigate to localhost/practice, and in this case it's practice_2 because that was the folder name. So we're going to search that one. And since we don't have an index.php file yet, we're just seeing this page. Let's also open our MySQL server by using localhost/phpmyadmin. And as you can see, we have all of our databases here. And now let's just use some SQL code to create a new database by using create database followed by the database name. Let's say in our case, this here is going to be a Notes app. So I will say that the database name is Notes_DB. We're ending the statement by using a semicolon. And now we're just going to press go to execute this code. And as you can see, we are having this Notes_DB. But at this point, we don't have any tables in here. So we have to create a new table that will define how our nodes are going to look. We can do so by saying create table followed by the table name. In our case, the table name might be nodes, opening and closing brackets, and we're going to end the statement by using a semicolon. And inside of those brackets, we now need to define all of the keys, so all of the column names that we want to use inside of this table. First of all, every table always needs an ID, so that is something that we can do. ID is going to be of type integer, unsigned, so we only accept positive values. Auto increment, so it starts from 0 and automatically increments for every new entry by 1, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is going to be our primary key. So this column right here is going to be the primary key. Now if we have a Notes app, it might also make sense to get the message. That one can be a text, for example, and this cannot be null. And for the last column, we want to have created_at. The data type is going to be of type timestamp, and the default value is going to be current_timestamp. So we automatically store the current timestamp, so the current time, within our database instead of this field. So we can sort our nodes later on if we wanted to. And that is already all we need for this simple database. So we just press go. You can see we created our nodes table, which has the columns ID, message, and created@. Now, first of all, to write inside of this database, we need to connect to this database. And in order to do so, we can create a PDO connection. But to get this connection, we need an index.php file, of course, to execute PHP code. We're going to create a basic template again, so a basic HTML template. And now let's also open this or refresh this page, because now we should have an index.php, so we should see this page right here. Let's write some code in there. Let's refresh, and as you can see, we see this code. So let's create our connection. We need the PHP opening and closing tag to execute some PHP code, and now we need to prepare everything for our connection. And the first thing we need to create a PDO connection is our DSN, so data source name, which is going to be equal to a string that is always MySQL host. What is the host? In our case, since we're using our local host, we have to say localhost right here. Semicolon, DB name is going to be equal. What is our DB name? As you can see, DB name is nodes_DB. So I'm going to define nodes_DB, semicolon, and right here you can add the char set if you want to, and it's best practice. So we're going to say char set is equal to UTF-8 MB4. And this just defines the character encoding. And UTF-8 is the standard, so I don't have to think about it that much. Let's end by using a semicolon. And now we also need to define the database username. So the username who is accessing this database. So DB username. And as I already mentioned in previous sections, usually this is going to be root. And the DB password is going to be equal to an empty string in our case, because I did not set a password for our PHP myadmin section. But if you're not sure anymore what your phpmyadmin user data is, you can just click on phpmyadmin, and right here you see all of your user accounts. So the username as well as the password. And as you can see, I have the username root right here, for example, and the password no. So I did not set a password. So I have to use those values for the DB username and the DB password. Now I will try to create a PDO connection, so a connection to our database by using try. So I'm going to try something, and I'm going to catch an error in case we're getting an error. And this catch block will give me a PDO exception object that can have the name e, for example, for exception, in case we're getting an exception, so in case our connection does not work. I'm going to use a call block right here, and in case we're getting an exception, I'm just going to echo out a break statement, so we are inside of a new line, and I'm going to concatenate that one with our e. I'm going to use an arrow to execute one of the built-in methods of this exception object. In our case, it's going to be get message. So let me save that one, like so. And now let's create our PDO object. So we'll store this object inside of a PDO variable that is going to be equal to new PDO, like so. So by saying new, followed by the constructor, this right here is a constructor, we are creating a new object. Now this constructor takes a couple of arguments. The first one is our DSN, so we just have to enter that one here. The second one is our DB username, and the third one is our DB password, like so. Let's end the statement. And now if this connection has been successful, let's just echo out connection successful, for example. Let's end the statement. Let's reload the page, and we're getting connection successful. Let me maybe define a wrong database name right here, so DDB or FDB. Let's reload. And we're getting SQL state unknown database nodes FDB. So we're getting this error right here. Doesn't look perfect, but obviously you could also just echo out connection was not successful. Doesn't really matter. That's up to you. But let's create a successful connection like so. Let's also remove that one because we do not really want to see that one. And now we need to create a form where a user can just enter a message and press submit, and then he's able to create a new node. So we need a form of type post. The action is going to be index.php because we want to execute this PHP code right here when submitting this form. Now we need an input field of type text, or better in our case, it's going to be a text area because we want to have a lot of text. This here is going to be a node, for example. The ID is going to be node, and the placeholder is going to be node. So let's save that one. In addition to that, we are also going to need a button of type submit to submit this form. The text can be add node. Let's save that one. Let's reload the page. So now we have this node, text area, and this add node button. Looks terrible, but it will do the job. Once the user presses this button, we want to execute some PHP code. So we are again going to check if server request method is equal to post. So if we submitted this form right here, then we are going to get the value of our text area. So we're going to say our message is equal to post message, for example, because that has been a name right here, or node in our case. So let's say node, and let's also say the variable name is node. That might make a little bit more sense. And now we can also say that we want to trim this one right here. So we can say trim. We have to enter a string, and this is going to remove all of the white spaces in the beginning and in the end. So if a user just does something like this, this is going to remove all of the white spaces right here and all of the white spaces right here. So now that we have stored this value inside of the variable, we need to create a new post in the database. So we are going to create a query that is going to be equal to insert into. We need to define the table name. In our case, the table name is nodes. So we want to insert into nodes. What kind of fields do we need to insert? As you can see, if we take a look at the database, we're having the message field right here. ID will be automatically generated by our database, and created at will also automatically be set to our current timestamp. So the only field that we need to actively set is our message field. So we're going to say insert into nodes message, and for the values, we're going to say that we want to insert our placeholder message. Why do we use a placeholder value right here? Because we have some user input. So it is dangerous to insert this user input into the database without using a prepared statement. And now we are going to end the statement by using a semicolon and a semicolon right here. So now that we have created the query, we need to create a statement that is going to be equal to our PDO object, and we can call the prepare method on this PDO object, and we have to submit this query as an argument to this prepare method. So we just submit our query right here. So this is going to prepare our query, and now we also need to bind our real values to our placeholder values, so to this message right here. In order to do so, we say statement bind value for the placeholder colon message. We want to use our node value right here, so our node variable, because that one is going to store the message that we want to store in the database later on. Let's save that one, and let's now also use statement execute, for example, like so. So this will execute our statement. Now let's try this out. Let's reload the page. Our node value is going to be, hey, I am the first node. Yuppie. Oder puppy. Doesn't really matter. So let's add the node. We added the node. Let's see if this worked. Let's reload our database. And as you can see, we have ID 1, message, hey, I'm the first node, puppy, and created at this timestamp right here. Let's maybe create a couple more. That one. Whoa. So we have a couple of nodes that we can work with later on. And as you can see, we have ID 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and all of those messages right here. So now let's say we want to display all of those nodes on our page right here. So right below this contact form, for example. In order to do so, we need to get the nodes. So let's do that one next. Right below this statement, we're going to define another query that is going to be equal to select everything from nodes, because that is our table name. And let's end the statement. In this case, we could also say statement is equal to PDO, and we could again prepare the statement, but since we're not accepting any form of user input, so the user cannot insert malicious code into our database right here, but we're rather just getting those nodes, we do in fact not have to prepare the statement. So in our case, we can just say PDO, and now we are going to call the query method of this object instead. That one accepts the query, so we're going to pass the query right here. And now we can get all of the rows inside of our database. So we have a variable rows that will store all of those rows, and we're going to say statement, and we want to use fetch all because we are fetching multiple rows inside of this database. If you only want to fetch a single row, you can just use fetch like so, but we want to have multiple rows, so we use fetch all. And right here, we can define a fetch mode. In our case, we want to have them as an associative array, so we use PDO colon fetch underscore as source. I'm going to end the statement, and for now, I'm just going to echo out to see whether this works. Maybe rows of 0 of message, for example. Let's test this one. Let's reload the page. Continue. Hey, I'm the first node, puppy. So this one is the first node. So the array that we're getting by using this method is looking like this. So we have a normal array. Instead of this array, we have associative arrays for all of the documents, or to be precise, for every single row. And the associative arrays look like this. So you have an array within an array. This array is going to have an ID key, for example, that is going to be equal, so this arrow syntax, to a random ID, for example. Then we might have our message field, or in our case, we have this message field, and that one is going to be equal to a random message. In our case, it was, hey, I'm the first node, puppy, for the first node. And then obviously we have a couple of nodes, so we have a couple of arrays right here. And this is how the structure looks within this database. So we're saying access our rows. This is this array right here, because that was the variable name that we defined for those rows. Access the first element, so element with the index 0, and access the message within. So we can also use a for each loop to loop over every single element. So we can say for each opening brackets, we say rows as, let's use row. So for every single iteration, a row, so this row right here, will store one of those rows right here. And now we can do something with the row. So we can, for example, say that we just want to echo out our row of message, for example. Let's just do that one. Let's delete that row. Let's delete that array. We don't need that one. Let's save this one. Reload the page. Continue. And let me maybe also add a break statement right before and concatenate that one with the row. Let's save. And now, as you can see, everything seems to work. But for some reason, we have skinny in our database 4 times. So we're getting skinny right here 4 times. Maybe I pressed add node 4 times, I don't know. But again, if we're going to add another node right here, add node, you can see we're having this node right below. So we can add as many nodes as we want, and this automatically updates and fetches all of the rows again once there has been an update. And something that you also have to add that is really important is HTML special chars. So right now we are allowing the user to insert something into the database. But now he could also, for example, add a script right here, and that one could say alert hacked, for example, like so, and then we're going to close the script tag. We're going to press add node, and as you can see, we're getting hacked right here. And the reason for this is that we're writing this script into the database, so into our nodes database. The script right here is completely legit. Since we're preparing the statement, SQL injections are not a problem. This is just JavaScript anyway, so instead of SQL, this will not get executed. But even if this would be an SQL injection, this would not work because we're preparing the statement. But once we are rendering the code within our HTML page, every single user would, for example, load this node right here, would execute this code because it's normal JavaScript code, and of course, JavaScript code within the browser will get executed, and every single user who would load this node within his browser would therefore execute this JavaScript code and see this hacked message, which is obviously terrible. And this is just a simple example. This would not be too bad, but there are obviously worse examples. So in order to prevent that code from executing, we need to use HTML special chars. And inside of this HTML special chars, we need to pass our value as a first argument that we want to render. As a second one, we want to use ent underline quotes. And for ent quotes, we need to get rid of those quotation marks like so. And as the third argument, we need to define UTF-8, so the char set. Let's again reload our page like so. And as you can see, now we're just outputting the script as plain text. And even if I'm going to execute the same code right here again, and I'm going to add a node, you can see we're just outputting the script as plain text, and we're not executing this script anymore as JavaScript. So if you accept a user input that you want to output later on, always make sure to use HTML special chars. Let's understand how to hash a password. So why do we even need to hash a password, and what is password hashing? Let's take a look at our database. As you can see right here, we have the email and the password. And the password has just been stored as a plain text. And obviously, if you think about an attacker who's getting access to your database, he could now just take all of the values. He sees email, he sees password, so he knows all of the login credentials from every single user in your database. And this is obviously a super big security risk. Imagine you would have something like this instead stored in your database. Now, even if someone would get access to your database, it's not really easy to use this random generated string to get the original password. So from this string, it's going to be basically impossible to get the original password. So now let me show you how this works. Let's say we are going to create another user once again. So this is again good repetition for us. So we have a form that is going to have a post request. The action is going to be index.php. So we'll execute this PHP code right here. Instead of this form, we have an input field of type email. The name is going to be email. The placeholder is going to be email. And we have another input field of type password. The name is going to be password. And the placeholder is also going to be password. We have a button of type submit to submit this form right here that has the text submit, for example. Let's reload the page. So this is the form that we have. And now we're going to take a look if our server request method is going to be equal to post. If the request method is going to be post, then we're going to store this email and this password in an email and a password variable. So email is equal to our post superglobal of email, and pvd is going to be equal to our post superglobal of password, like so. Now we're going to create a query that is equal to insert into users email and pvd, and the values are going to be our email placeholder and our pvd placeholder, like so. We're going to end the statement and end the PHP statement. So SQL statement, PHP statement. We're going to use statement is equal to PDO. We're going to prepare our query right here the same way we did it previously. Now we're going to use statement. We're going to use bind value to our email placeholder, we are going to bind our email value, and to our password placeholder, we are going to bind our PVD variable. So this was the way that we've done it up to this point. So now let's just say statement execute, and we're just going to execute the statement. As you can see, test at web.de, random password. I'm going to submit. I'm going to reload the database, and we have test at web.de. So it works, but this here is plain text. So how can we now hash the password, and what is the hash? Let me show you. Let's first of all create a variable that has the name hashed password, for example, and this here is going to be equal to a method that has the name password underline hash. So this is a built-in method in PHP that accepts two arguments. So the first argument is our original password, so our variable PVD, and the second one is a hashing algorithm, so the algorithm, as you can see. And you can, for example, use password underline default. And this here is a default hashing function. And this default hashing function will always get updated by PHP. So this is always a hashing function that is pretty good and up to date. And at the moment, it should be bcrypt as far as I know. So you could also say password underline bcrypt, and this is equal to password underline default. So at the moment, PHP uses bcrypt as the hashing function because this is a good and secure hashing function. So what is even the point of hashing? As already mentioned, if an attacker gets access to your database, he can now read all of the passwords. If the password is hashed though, so now we have an attacker, but now he only has access to the hashed passwords. So now if you think about something like saying 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Now getting this value 2 by using 1 + 1 is super easy, right? But just because you have the value 2, you do not necessarily know that the original equation has been 1 + 1. So it's really easy to go from one direction to the other direction, but it's really hard to go from this point to the other point, right? And a probably better example is a phone book. In a phone book, you always have to the left a name and the corresponding phone number. So if you know the name, since a phone book is ordered by name, it's really easy to find the corresponding phone number. So if you know that the name is going to start with the letter A, then you can go to the beginning of the phone book and just search for the phone number. But if you just have the phone number, it's literally pretty much just guessing, because there's not really an order to the phone number in the book. There's only an order to the name. And if you just know the phone number is going to start with a 0176, for example, you could literally just go and look through the entire phone book and maybe you might find the name at one point. But this again is just guessing. So this is not really time efficient. And the same goes for an attacker. If he gets access to your database, but only has the hashes right here, he literally has to guess the original password. So a password is super secure. So if you now want to verify this password, so if you want to log in, for example, then you would get the hash password from the database. So essentially this password in our case. And now you can use password underline verify past the password, so the entered password, so the password the user has entered when logging in, as the first argument right here. And as the second argument, you need to enter the string and you get the string from the database. So this here is going to be the hash password. So this password right here is the password that the user enters when he logs in or when he tries to log in. And this right here is the password that you have stored inside of the database to the corresponding user. So the user might enter email and password to log in. Then you're going to fetch the user with the corresponding email. And obviously you have the hash password inside of the database as well. So you can fetch the user with the corresponding email and get his hash password as well. You also have the entered password right here. And now you can use password underline verify with the entered password and the hash password from the database. Let's understand object-oriented programming in PHP. To understand object-oriented programming, we first need to understand classes. A class is a blueprint for objects. So we can, for example, create the class human. Now we have those brackets right here. And inside of those brackets, we can define properties for this human. So we can, for example, create a public property. So a public variable that has the name age, for example, and is equal to 24 or 25, doesn't matter. So what exactly is a class? If you think about humans, so you could say that we all belong to the class human, but every single human in itself is an object belonging to the class human. So what is an object? An object is essentially an instance that has specific values. So oftentimes the class defines what specific values belong to every single instance of this class, so to every single human, for example. So in a class, you usually define that a human should have a brain, that a human should maybe have a nervous system, that a human usually has a first name, a last name, an age, and so on. So the class says all of those things exist. And then you can create different instances of this class. So you can create a human that has the name Pascal, then you can create a human that has the name Jonas, then you can create a human that has the name Gabak, and all of those humans have different properties. So they have a different height, they have a different IQ, they have a different first name, a different last name, and so on. So class is the blueprint, object is the specific instance. And one class can be the blueprint for multiple objects, for millions of objects, billions of objects, or only for one object. That's up to you. But you can create as many objects as you want by using one single blueprint. And in our case, every single human, so every single human object would have an age of 25 because that is what we define inside of our class. And this here is a static value right here. We will get to dynamically assigning values to every single object later on. Also, you do not have to know what public right here means yet. We will get to that later on. Inside of a class, we can also define a method because obviously a human does not only have properties like a height and IQ, a human can also do stuff. A human can walk, a human can think, a human can punch. So let's create a function punch, for example. So public function punch, brackets for our parameters, brackets for the function body, and now we can just echo out punching. And that's it. So this here is a normal function. As you can see, the function syntax is completely normal. The only difference is that we have a visibility modifier right before the function keyword. And again, we're getting to that later on. So instead of the class, we can define properties and we can define functions. Properties define a certain property of that instance later on, while functions defines what the certain instance can do later on. So what one human can do, for example. So right now, we could create a human by saying our human, so maybe human 1, is going to be equal to new human, and by doing that we are going to construct a human right now. And now we could also create a second human, so we have human 1 and maybe we also have human 2, and both of them are just a new human. By saying new followed by the class name followed by those brackets, you always call the constructor, so you construct a specific instance from the blueprint of this class. Now we can access the properties and methods, so functions inside of this object, by saying human1, so the instance name, for example, we could also use human2, but in our case, let's just use human1. Now we're going to use this arrow right here, and by using this arrow, we can access properties and functions. So in our case, we could access the function punch, like so, and this will execute a function punch for human1. And as you can see, we are getting punching right here. Now we could also duplicate this line, and we could say human2, and human2 should also punch. But as you can see, we're just getting punching, and there's not really a difference. So every human is the same. And if you think about the real world, every human is basically different. Not every human is the same. So it would make sense to be able to set those properties right here dynamically, for example. And in order to do so, there exists the constructor to define different properties for every single human in our case, for every single construction essentially. So every time we construct a new human, we give this human a couple of properties. And I know this is a weird example, but if you think about a baby getting born, you also basically construct a new child. And by constructing that one, this child will also get a couple of properties like height, intelligence, and so on. And a constructor is pretty much the same. To create the constructor, you have to use public function. So the constructor is just a function. Underline, construct, like so. And as you can see, it automatically generated this constructor for us already. So this is just a normal function. And now let's say we want to set this age right here dynamically. So we're going to remove the value right here. We will say this, followed by this arrow right here, pointing to the variable age. This one is equal to, and what should this age be equal to? When we construct this human, new human, we're essentially calling this constructor. So we can also give this constructor, since it's just a normal function, properties. So a property could, for example, be my age, for example, or human age. And now you can say that this age is going to be equal to human age. So now we can pass, or we have to pass, an argument to this function like 25 and 29. And now human number 1 has an age of 25 and human number 2 has an age of 29. So how exactly does this work? Right here we define a function. We call this function by saying new human. We can pass all of the arguments instead of those brackets right here. So those are the arguments that we define right here as parameters for the constructor. Now we say that this age is going to be equal to the age that we pass to this constructor right here. So right here. But what exactly is this age? So what is this, first of all? This always points to the object that has been constructed by using this constructor. So we are calling this constructor for human number 1. So for human number 1, this points to the object that has been constructed by using the constructor. So for human number 1, this points to human number 1. So human number 2 calls the same constructor, and for human number 2, this now points to human number 2. I know this sounds pretty complicated, but this always just points to the object that has been created by using the constructor. So for human number 1, this points to human number 1. For human number 2, this points to human number 2, and so on. So basically every single object has a this pointing to itself. And now we just say this object that has been created using this constructor right here will have an age that's equal to the age that we passed as an argument right here. And now a convention that you use pretty often is that you just use the same name right here. So you just say this age is equal to age. And this age right here is the parameter, and this age right here is this age variable inside of the object. And I know objects and classes sound a lot more complicated than they really are once you work a little bit with them. So now, nevertheless, we have this age, and now we could also say that we want to have a name, for example. So we can say public name, and let's also set the name by accepting a name parameter right here. And now we can say this name is equal to name. Let's end the statement. So now our human has an age and a name, and we can set age and name dynamically. So human number 1 could have the name Jonas. Human number 2 could have the name Wayo. So now we have two different humans, two different instances of the class human. And now it might make sense to also use those variables right here instead of the function. Now, instead of this function punch, we can also say that this name dot to concatenate is punching, for example. And now this again references the object that is calling this function. So when human 1 calls the function punch, this references human 1, so the name of human 1. And if human 2 calls this function, this references human 2, because human 2 is calling this function. And basically this name references the name of human 2. So now let me just save that. Let me delete human 2 for now. So we have human 1. Human 1 should have the name Jonas. So we should get Jonas is punching once we reload. And as you can see, we're getting Jonas is punching. Let's also use human 2. So now we should get Wayo is punching. And as you can see, we're getting Wayo is punching. So now by using those lines of code, we are able to create as many objects as we want. And every single object has a slightly different functionality. And obviously this is just a super simple example, but you really get the idea. If you think about a computer game, for example, you could now create 100 humans, and every single human could have a different amount of damage, a different IQ, a different speed, and so on. And this would make your computer game a lot cooler, for example. So classes are really, really important and powerful. But there's a lot more to classes, so let's go. Now imagine we want to create a hero. And a hero is just a human, but it's basically a strong human. So it wouldn't really make sense to define all of the stuff that we have for our human once again, if we have this blueprint already, and we just maybe want to add one more function for a hero. So in that case, we can use inheritance. We can do so by saying class hero. Now the hero class can inherit from our human class by using extends, followed by the name of the class it wants to inherit from, so from human. Now we're going to use those brackets once again, and maybe a hero also has a power. So let's say public power. This is going to be another variable, so another property inside of our hero that a human, for example, does not have. Again, we need to use a constructor, so we say public function underline underline construct. And as you can see, PHP automatically created this constructor right here. So by saying parent, colon, colon, underline, underline construct, followed by age and name, we are calling the parent constructor and passing the parameters right here to the parent constructor. Let me show you. Now we're just going to create a hero, 1 for example, who is equal to new hero. We will pass an age to the hero, so maybe 31, and a name, so maybe Saitama. So now we are creating hero 1 by using the hero constructor. So we are calling this function right here. We are passing age and name to this constructor function. And now we're using this age and this name to call the parent constructor. The parent constructor is the human constructor, so this constructor right here. So we're just passing those values to the parent constructor, using them for the parent constructor right here, so that we can, for example, now use the punch function that we inherit from the human with the right values. Now, if we also want to add the power property though, then we have to add another value right here. Then we have to add another parameter right here of power, for example. And again, we just have to say that this power is equal to power again in our case. So right here, we're defining a new value for our hero class. And we're also calling the parent constructor, so the human constructor, with the necessary values for the human constructor. So for the parent class. So now let me delete those humans right here. We don't need them anymore at this point. And now our hero also needs a power. So let's maybe say 1000. And now our hero 1 can do all of the things that a normal human can do. So hero 1 can punch, for example. So let's call punch right here. Let's reload the page. Saitama is punching. So Saitama is also able to punch, because Saitama can do anything that a normal human can do, but Saitama also has a power. So let's use this power to create another function that is specific to a hero, so that only a hero can do. Maybe we want to say public function kick, for example, so only a hero can kick, humans can only punch. Then we want to use those brackets right here, and we want to echo out this of name maybe dot is punching with a power of, again, let's concatenate, and let's again use this power. So let's now also call hero of kick. We're going to execute that, and as you can see, and this needs to be hero 1, like so. Let's reload, and as you can see, Saitama is punching, and let me delete that so we see it a little bit better. In this case, he might be kicking, might make more sense. Let's reload. So Saitama is kicking with a power of 1000. So now a hero can punch and a hero can kick, because a hero is basically just a human that has some special powers in our case. So they can just do a little more than a human. And another example that you can imagine is an animal, for example. So you have an animal. This is going to be a parent class. And now you have a lot of individual animals. So you might have a dog, you might have a cat, you might have a bee, and so on. So all of those animals right here are somehow animals. So they have certain things in general, but all of them are also slightly different. So it might make sense to create a base class animal, and then every single individual animal, so the dog, the cat, and the bee, can inherit the basic properties from the animal class, but can also define some new properties that are individual to, for example, dogs, cats, or bees. And that is the purpose of inheritance. Now let's also understand what this right here means. So public and so on. So what values can we use right here? This here defines the visibility. And this can have the value public, private, so private, and also protected. So those are the possible values. If I'm going to say that this function right here, so the function kick, is going to be public, then as you can see, I can call this function right here. And the same goes for the power. So if I'm just going to say I want to get the power, for example, you can see that we can access that right here. So now I could echo out the power of our hero. So we are getting the power. Now I could also say that our power should be private, for example. Let me save that one. And now we're getting an error because private properties can only be accessed within this object. So I could, for example, say that I want to create a public function show power, like so. And I just want to echo out this power. So now we are just using this public function to echo out the power. So let me call it one for our hero, like so. Let's reload, and as you can see now we're seeing the power. So the power right here can only be accessed within the class, so within those brackets right here. So this is the beginning and this is the end. And only inside of this class you can use the power right now. So you could, for example, use the power to do some calculations or do whatever you need, but you cannot use the power outside of this class. So you cannot access the power outside of this class. You can only access it within the class. And usually if there's not a need to have this public, you always want to use private. Only use public once it is definitely necessary to use public. Now let's just say that this here is private as well, and let's say that this is private as well. And as you can see, now we're getting this error right here, because now we said that we can only access those properties within the class human, but we cannot access those properties anywhere else. So now we cannot access this property right here instead of the class hero, for example, even though this is just the child of our human class. So private really encapsulates everything within this single class. If you want to access those properties, for example, instead of child classes, then you might want to use protected. So protected is similar to private, but protected means that child classes can also have access to those properties, but those properties cannot be accessed outside of the class or outside of child classes. So we could not access the property right here, but inside of the child class, as you can see, it works. So now we're not getting this error anymore. So public, you can access it from anywhere. Private, you can only access the property within the class. Protected, you can access the property within the class and within all of the child classes. So all of the classes that extend the initial class. And as I said, you always want to have a private property if possible. So let's also just delete all of this because this is a little bit easier to read then. And let's delete that. So now we have this basic code. But now imagine we wanted to get the power outside of this class. Or maybe we want to set this power outside of the class. Obviously, you could just say that this here is public again, but this is not really a good practice. Usually, you want to use getters and setters for that. So you want to use something that is called a getter to get the value or a setter to set the value. So you want to use getters and setters outside of the class to access this value that is private. Let's start by creating the getter. And a getter is just a normal function again. We're going to say public function get power, for example. We're going to create the function body. And right here, we are just returning our power value. So we're just returning the value. And obviously, we need to say this power. Now we're returning this power, the power of the human. So we can, for example, say for hero1, we want to echo out hero1 and we want to access get power. Let's reload the page. We're getting again 1000. So the power is 1000. So this right here is a getter. Now we also want to create a setter by saying public function set power. But right now we need to accept a parameter because we want to give the user the possibility of setting the power. So this one can be power as well. Doesn't really matter too much. This can also be MPC. And I'm going to use MPC to just show you that this works. So at this time, we do not want to return the power, but we want to set the power. So this power is now equal to NPC because that is the parameter that we are accepting right here. And usually, again, this is going to be power. So it's a convention to just use the same name. But to really demonstrate how this works, I want to use MPC right here. And now we're going to access hero1. And let's also echo that out so we see the difference. So let's access hero1. And now we want to set the power. And as you can see, it expects this NPC parameter as an argument right now. So let's say our power level is now 9000. Let's set the power level to 9000. Let's echo the power level out right below. And as you can see, now we're getting 9000. So even though this variable is private, we can use getters and setters to get the power level in our case and to set the power level. And usually you want to keep your variables, so your properties private, and you want to create getter and setter properties if you want to get and set the property. And this is just a coding practice. This is also called encapsulation, and that is something that you want to do since it's just best practice. MVC stands for Model View Controller. Once your app becomes super big, it would probably not be the best idea to write all of this code into a single file. The MVC architecture solves that problem. It's a way to organize your PHP code so that every part of your application has a clear job. The model is responsible for working with the database. Only the model should do reading, writing, and updating information inside of the database. The model never deals with HTML or what the user sees. It only cares about handling and managing data. The view, on the other hand, is responsible for the output. It displays the data the model provides, usually as HTML. The controller is responsible for handling the logic. If the user clicks a button, for example, the controller decides what to do next. Using MVC keeps your code organized. Each part has a job. The model handles data, the view handles displaying data, and the controller handles logic. That makes your PHP projects easier to understand, test, and maintain. Now let's create a register and login form where the user can register and log in. We can register by entering an email, for example, like npc@gmail.com. We need a username as well and a password. Once we press register, we create an account and log in at the same time, so we're getting redirected to the home page. If we take a look at the database, we have this database right here, and I'm going to reload. We have a new user right here with an email, a username, and a password. The password is going to be hashed right here, so this is also secure and best practice. And now we can also press the logout button to log out, and now we can use the created user to log in as well. So we can, for example, use npc@gmail.com. We need to enter the password, and if the credentials are correct, then we're logging in. If the credentials are wrong though, you can see that we're getting an error message right here. So let's try that one with the correct credentials once again. So we're pressing login, and as you can see, we're getting redirected to the home page. So we can log out afterwards again. This is not the most beautiful form, but this will definitely show you everything you need to create a full register, login, and logout form. And afterwards, you will definitely be able to create a login, logout, and register form similar to Instagram, for example. Because this includes all of the PHP functionality that you will need. So let's get started, guys. To get started, we first need to create our project. So we're going to open our file explorer. We're going to navigate to this PC, local disk, into the XAMPP folder, wherever you have that one stored. Most of the times you will store that one on your local disk. And then we open htdocs, so we can create a project inside of this folder. Again, you always need to create your project inside of htdocs. So we're going to create a new folder. That one has the name, in our case, practice 3, for example. Let's go into the folder, open terminal, and let's just open this folder within Visual Studio Code by using code followed by a dot. Let's execute. And now we have this folder opened within Visual Studio Code. Now we also need to open XAMPP because we want to start our live server as well as our Apache server. So just press start and start right here, and this starts the Apache server. The Apache server, again, is important to start our website on localhost / followed by the folder name. In our case, the folder name is practice_3. So I'm going to enter that one here. Since we do not have an index.php right now, we're not seeing anything. So let's create that index.php file. And now let's create a basic HTML template. And right here, let's just output some random text for now. Let's reload the page. And now we should see this random text right here. We also started the MySQL server, as you can see. So let's take a look at that one. We can access our MySQL server by saying localhost / phpmyadmin. So we are seeing this dashboard right now. And in order to create users, we first need to create a database, and we need to create a table that stores the user data in the end. Let's go to the SQL tab. Let's say create database followed by the database name. In our case, users_db. Let's execute that statement. We now created our users_db, but this users_db does not have a table yet where we can store our user data. To change that, we say create table followed by the table name. Table name users might make sense, but this is up to you again. And this users table now needs to have some columns. So we can define some columns within those brackets. The first column should always be the ID to uniquely identify each single user. The type is usually an integer, unsigned, so it can only be positive. Auto increment, so the database automatically increments the ID for every new user. And this ID is the primary key. For the username, it might make sense to at least store the email, the username, and the password. And maybe also a created at timestamp. So let's say our first field is email, varchar 255. The email cannot be null, and the email has to be unique, because if you think about an app like Instagram, if you log in with their email, it might not make too much sense to have two users with the same email, because when logging in, it's not really easy to uniquely identify each individual user if there exist two or more users with the same email. So either the email or the username should always be unique, so you can make sure that when the user logs in, you can uniquely identify the user just by using email or username. We're going to use a username as well. That one can have a varchar of 60, and I think that is more than enough for a normal username. That one cannot be null as well, but that one does not need to be unique because our email is already unique. And for the PVD, so password, we're going to accept the varchar of 60 characters, and this one cannot be null again. Why do we accept 60 characters? Because the hashing algorithm that we're going to use later on to hash our password is always going to create a hash that has the length of exactly 60 characters. So even if the user enters a pretty short password like so, this will turn out to be a hash of 60 characters anyways. And the same goes for a super long password. So storing exactly 60 characters is enough. Let's also create a created at field. So we are storing the time of creation. The data type is going to be timestamp. This cannot be null. And the default value is going to be current timestamp, for example, like so. And obviously not null is not that important because we will by default create a timestamp within our database anyways. Let's just go. And we did not select the database yet, so we need to say that we want to create that table within our users_db. We can do that by saying use users_db. Let's press go, and as you can see, we inserted our users table into the users_db database. And this users table now has the columns ID, email, username, PVD, and created at. But we do not have any users at the moment. So let's change that by first giving the user the option to enter some input. And in this case, I really want to show you how this works in a real world scenario. So we're also going to create proper styling, or at least somewhat proper styling, and a proper login form. I'm going to go into our index.php. Right here, we will create a form of type post. We will define the action later on. We have an input of type email because we need to accept an email. The name is going to be email. ID is going to be email. Placeholder is also going to be email, for example. Let's create a second input for our username of type text. Name is going to be username. ID is going to be username. Placeholder is going to be username. And a third input to accept our password input. So an input of type password. Name is going to be password. ID is going to be password. And the placeholder is going to be password. And let's also add a button of type submit to submit this form that says, for example, register. Let's reload the page. And as you can see, this is a normal register form, but that one looks pretty terrible at this point. In order to change that, we can include a style shield by using link:/CSS. And let's just create a style.css file for this project. I'm going to use the universal selector, margin 0, padding 0, box sizing, border box. And I'm just going to make this pretty quick because this is not a CSS tutorial, but rather a PHP tutorial. So we removed all of the basic styles. Now inside of the form, I will say that I want to have a display of flex, a flex direction of column. The form should have a width of 100%, but the max width should be equal to 400 pixels. Let me target form input. Our input fields will have a width of 100%, so they will take up all of the available space of this form. Let me reload. So we have this effect right here. As you can see, this is what it looks like if we are going to resize this. Let me also target the entire body. For the entire body, I'm going to say display is going to be equal to flex, justify content, center, align items, center. So this entire body is now a flex box. I'm also going to say 300 pixels. Let me save that one. And as you can see, we're getting this effect. Looks a little bit better in my opinion. And maybe 200 is actually even better in this case. So we can see it on the small screen. For the entire body height, I also want to say min height is going to be equal to 100 viewport height. So now this is centered. For the form, we have a display of flex. So let's also use a gap of maybe 10 pixels between our individual input items. Let's use 7. For the input field, I say that I want to have a padding top, bottom, left, right, 10 pixels. border, radius 5 pixels, outline should be none. Let me refresh. So now this is what this looks like. Border 1 pixel, solid, RGBA 0.4, like so. Let me reload. Now this is what this looks like. Form, button, so I'm going to target the button, padding of 10 pixels, background. Let me just use RGBA 0, and 1, for example, and I'm going to pick some form of blue, so a similar blue to Facebook, for example, like so. Color is going to be white, so the text color will be white of our button. This is what the button looks like now. Border is going to be 0, border radius 5 pixels, for example. And this is a basic input field. And we can also say cursor is going to be equal to a pointer. Let me save that one. Let's also add an h2 right above. So we can just say h2, or let's say h1, doesn't really matter. Register, like so. So we have this effect. And right below, let's just add a div that says already have an account, question mark. Let's put that one within a paragraph, like so. And right next to that one, we will have an anchor tag that redirects us to a different page. And that one is going to be our login.php page. And the text is going to be login. Let's give this entire div a class of change, for example. Let's reload the page again. And now let's fix the styling. For our form, we are going to say text align of center. So the text is centered right here. For our change container, I'm going to say display flex gap 2 pixels. Now we have this effect right here. And for the width, I'm maybe going to say 230, like so. Dot change will have a font size of 0.9 rem and justify content of center. For the entire body, I want to have a different font family. So I'm going to say font family, system UI. And let me also target the anchor tag by saying text decoration is none, font weight going to be bold, and the color is going to be black. So now we have this effect right here. And this one is not perfectly looking, but this will definitely do the job. So now I already defined that we will redirect the user to our login.php once we click on this anchor tag. So let's create that page by saying this one is the login.php page. We're going to create a basic template. And for the basic template, we can also just insert this form right here because the form will look pretty much the same. The only difference is that this one is going to be login. This one will say don't have an account, for example, so register, and we will not need our username field for our login. So let's save that one. Let's press login. And as you can see, we're getting this result right here. And I'm also going to link our style.css file because the styles should be the exact same ones. And now as you can see, this here's the login page. And this should be the register page, but at the moment we are again going to redirect to the login.php, but we need to redirect to the index.php if we are on our login.php page. So register, login, register, login. So this seems to work. Now let's get to the PHP code. And if you work with a real project, you usually create all of your PHP files that work with the database instead of an includes folder. So include, and inside of this folder, I'm going to create a dbh for database handler.inc.php. And this is just a convention. Obviously, you can use whatever name you like. Right here, I don't need any form of HTML, so I just need PHP code. And if you only need PHP code, you will not need this closing tag at the end. And you can just open this PHP tag. By doing so, you say right here, PHP code is going to start and it will never end. So this entire file will be PHP code. To create a connection to our database, we first need to create a DSN, so a data source name that is going to be equal to mysql:/host. The host is equal to localhost because we're executing this on our local host at the moment. We also need to define a DB name that is going to be equal to the database name that we defined previously. In our case, the name of our database is users_db. So users_db. And we can define the char set for our last argument. And that one is equal to UTF-8 MB4. Let's save that one. Let's also create a DB username that is going to be equal to root. And the DB password is going to be equal to an empty string in our case. Again, if you don't know what your database username and database password is, go to phpmyadmin user accounts, and right here you can see I have a user that has the username root and a password no. So no password at all, so an empty string. And for most of you, this should be the exact same. Let's go to our page again, and let's create our PO connection within a try catch block. So try catch. We're going to get a PDO exception object in case we get an exception. And if we get an exception, we can just use error log error colon, and let's concatenate that error log with our get message. So we're logging the message, the error message, in case we are getting an error. And otherwise, we're just going to create our PDO object that is equal to our new PDO constructor. The constructor again accepts a couple of arguments like DSN, DB username, and DB password, like so. And now you can see as the fourth argument, we can also pass in some options. And I did not talk about those options up to that point. And it is essentially just an associative array that defines how your PDO connection should behave. So those are just default settings that you can set for your PDO connection. And I think it's easier if I just show you. So let's create this options associative array, like so. We're going to define PDO : attribute error mode. And as you can see, there exist a lot of attributes. Attribute autocommit, attribute case, cursor name, and so on. So you can define a lot of different settings for your PDO connection. But the most important ones are attribute underline error mode. And this one is usually equal to PDO error mode exception. I'll explain those ones in a second after I've shown you all of the important ones. The second one is PDO : attribute underline default fetch mode. That one is equal to PDO fetch associative. And the last one that you always want to set is going to be equal to PDO : attribute emulate prepares, and this one should be equal to false. So those ones are really, really important. So those are the options you always want to set. And as you can see, instead of this associative array, every single option, so every single key starts with an attribute, so underline, followed by whatever you want to define. PDO : attribute error mode equal to PDO error mode exception says that the error mode of your PHP code, so for this entire PDO connection, is going to be the error mode of exception. By default, if you get an error within PHP, PHP will only throw a warning and your code will keep executing. And obviously, if you really get an error, this is nothing that you really want to do. You always want to throw an error and stop the code from executing. So this here is super, super important. Always make sure to add this line right here. That makes sure that errors will be handled properly. The second one, PO attribute default fetch mode, just says that we are by default going to fetch data as an associative array. If you remember, up to this point, we always said fetch PDO : fetch associative. So we always had to explicitly define that we want to get the data as an associative array. So in this form, essentially. But by using this as the standard fetch mode, we now can only say fetch, like so, or fetch all, and this will always return our data as an associative array. So we can just leave this PDO fetch associative every time, and it's just a little bit cleaner, and we do not have to think about it every single time. And right here you say that attribute emulate prepare should be equal to false. Without this option, PHP might emulate prepared statements, and instead of using real prepared statements, we're going to use emulated prepared statements. And you just have to remember that emulating prepared statements is not really safe. You always want to use real prepared statements. So we're going to say attribute emulate prepares is equal to false. And now we can pass those options as the fourth argument to this PDO object. And now we are good to go and we have a safe, secure connection. And this right here is best practice. Now it's also best practice to create a session instead of one single file. So I'm going to say session.inc.php. In this file, we will create a session, we will start the session, and we will configure the session. And if another file now wants to start a session, all it has to do, so let's say another file, now all this other file has to do is just load, so include this session file right here. And by loading the session file, it will obviously do the exact same. So it will also create, start, and configure the session. So we can load our session file. And if we have a lot of files now, all of those files just have to load this single session file and can create, start, and configure the session all at once just by loading this file within a single line of code. Let me show you. Again, we want to create PHP code right here. And to configure the session, we want to configure the cookie as well as the session data. Let's start by creating the default values for our cookie. Instead of the cookie, we're going to store our session data later on. So we say session underline set cookie underline params, like so. And as you can see, we can, as an associative array again, pass our options for our cookie. The first one that you usually want to set is going to be the lifetime. The lifetime can be equal to 1800, which is equal to 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, we're going to delete the cookie. For the domain, we can just leave that one empty, which means just use the current domain. Path is going to be equal to a slash, which just means this cookie is available or valid on the entire page. Secure is going to be equal to false. If you want to use this in production, this here has to be true. But in our case, we're working on localhost, and localhost only runs on HTTP right here. HTTP only is going to be true. So we only want to transfer this cookie via HTTP, and same site is going to be lex. And if you would send this to production, this here would be true. And this here would be example.com, for example, so your domain. But in our case, since we're just testing on our local host on an HTTP page, so not HTTPS, we can remove that one, and secure has to be false in our case. But just remember, if you want to send this to production, always make sure that this is correct. Let's end the statement. So now we defined our cookie parameters, so the settings for our cookie. Now that we defined the values, we can start our session by using session underline start. So now we started our session, but we also want to regenerate our session ID every 30 minutes, because otherwise an attacker could steal our session ID and therefore pretend being another user forever. So we're going to check if isset is equal to false. So if our session variable that we can only access because we started the session right here of last regeneration, and this is just a preference, this name right here can be whatever you like, and we will define it one later on, but last regeneration is a convention. So if this session variable is not set, then we're going to execute a little bit of code, and otherwise we're going to execute some other code, like so. So if this variable is not set, then we have to set it, of course. So we set session of last regeneration is equal to something. What is this equal to? First of all, if this session of last regeneration variable is not set, so then we just created the session right now, and usually it's a pretty good practice to just regenerate the session ID right after your session has been started. To regenerate the session ID, we're going to use session underline regenerate ID. We're going to pass true right here. This means delete the old session ID, replace it with a new session ID. Now that we regenerated this session ID, we should also save the time of regeneration somewhere. And for saving the time of regeneration, we're going to use the session variable right here. So we're going to set this equal to our time, like so. And now we know the time of our last regeneration. And as I said, after 30 minutes, we want to regenerate our session, again, our session ID. So this helps us to keep track of the time. Now I'm going to create an interval. That interval is going to be equal to the interval of my session regeneration. And in my case, I want to regenerate our session every 30 minutes. So I'm going to say 60 seconds times 30. So this defines 30 minutes. And now I'm going to take a look if our current time, so the time at this moment, minus our interval, is going to be greater or equal to our session of last regeneration. So if that is the case, then I'm again going to use session regenerate ID. This is going to be equal to true. And I'm going to say session of last regeneration is equal to the current time again, like so. So what this line essentially just means, if at this point in time 30 minutes have passed, then I'm going to regenerate the session ID once again, and I'm going to set the point of our last regeneration to this point right now, because we just regenerated the session ID again, so the session last regeneration variable should be equal to the current time. And again, after 30 minutes, this code here will run again, will regenerate the session ID, and so on. So we will regenerate the session ID every 30 minutes. We also have the right cookie params, so this one should work. And now every time we want to use a database connection, so every time we have to write into the database, read from the database, and so on, we can just load this dbh.inc.php And every time we need our session, for example, if we want to check the login status, we can just include this file right here. So now we're also going to use the MVC architecture for this register and login page. Let's start by creating the pages, and then I'll explain a little bit. So we're going to create our register underline const.inc.php. I'm also going to create a register underline model.inc.php, and I'm going to create a register underline view.inc.php. And now I'm also going to create a register.inc.php. So how this works is I write all of the code inside of the register.inc.php. So this is our base file. And then we have a model, we have a view, and we have a controller. Our model is the only one that is allowed to work with the database. The view is the only one that is allowed to render data, so to display data on the page. And the controller is responsible for controlling everything. So for the logic, so error handling, etc. So again, if you want to get data from the database, for example, who is responsible? In that case, the model is responsible because we want to work with the database. If you want to create a new user, who's responsible? The model is responsible because we are working with the database. Let's say we're having an error and we want to display this error to the user. Who's responsible for displaying the error to the user? The view is responsible for displaying the error to the user, because only the view is responsible for showing the user anything. So if you want to show an error, if you want to show a message, if you want to show information, all of that will be handled by the view. And now if you want to check for an error within your code, so if you want to see is there an error within the input field, who's responsible for that? For that logic, the controller is responsible, because the controller is responsible for all of the logic within your code. Again, this is going to be a basic PHP file. We do not need a closing tag because this will only include PHP. And once we're going to press on this submit button within the register page, so within this register form, then we want to execute this register.inc.php file. So we're going to say /include/register.inc.php. So this file right here will be executed once we press on this register button. And to show you that that is actually the case, let me just echo out clicked right here, for example. So every time I click on this register button, we should see clicked somewhere here. So let me go to the register page. Let's click, and as you can see now, we're getting clicked right here. Obviously, this is not what we want, but you see that this seems to work. So let me just remove this code. In our case, we only want to do something if we get a post request from this page. So if someone clicks this button. So if server of request method is going to be equal to post, then what do we have to do in that case? First of all, we have to store all of the values from this form, so email, username, and password within variables. So let's go to the register.php and let's say our email is equal to, let's use trim for post, so for our post superglobal, and get our email value. For our username, we want to do the exact same. The only difference is that we want to get our username this time, like so. And now for our PVD, so our password, we just say post password. So why do we not trim the password? Maybe the user entered some white spaces, but this is not an accident. Those are just the spaces within the password. So we want to allow white spaces within the password, but white spaces in front or at the end of an email or a username is pretty useless, as you can imagine. Now inside of this file, we also need to require or create the connection to the database. So we need to include this file right here that creates our PDO connection, because we want to use this PDO connection in our register file, because obviously we need to write into our database. So we're going to say require once ./include/ and we are going to get our dbh.inc.php because that one is going to create our database connection. Now we also want to create our session because we need to access our session within this file. So we say require once ./include/ session inc.php. So now we created a connection to the database and we created our session. Now we also want to get our model and our controller. Why do we not need to get our view? The reason for this is that our view is only responsible for displaying data on the page. So we might want to use our view, or we might want to include our view on our index.php file, because right here we might want to display an error, for example. But this page is only responsible for creating the user in the database and maybe saving some errors or handling some errors, but it's not responsible for displaying the errors. So we will only require once ./include, and we're going to get our controller, and we're also going to get ./include / our model right here. And usually you want to load the model right before the controller, like so. Because the controller might need the model later on, but if you load the model after the controller, then the controller cannot access the model, but the model will never need the controller. So model always before controller. Now we're going to need a try catch block afterwards, because we want to try something, and in case this does not work, we want to catch something. What are we going to catch? We're going to catch a PDO exception. The object is going to have the name E, for example, and in case we are getting an exception, we're just going to error underline log, for example, error like so, .e get message. And we're also going to exit. So we need this try catch block because we now want to start to write into the database or do stuff with the database, because now we want to write into the database, and obviously there can occur an error, so we need to catch this error, and exit just says just stop the script from execution at this point. And you will oftentimes also just see die, and this right here means the exact same, but I prefer exit personally. And a lot of people say that this is the convention in those cases and this is the convention in those cases. But in my opinion, since they really do the exact same thing, don't really think about it. Just do whatever you prefer. And since they do the exact same, you don't really have to care about the convention there, in my opinion. But now we also want to check for a couple of errors. So for example, the user could just enter an empty email field, an empty username field, and just press register right now. And this would be completely valid. So we should, for example, check if the email is empty, if the username is empty, or if the password is empty. And if one of those things is empty, then we might want to save an error message inside of the session variable and stop the script from execution. So we can, for example, check if is empty, like so. And if that is the case, then we want to do something. But we do not have this function right here yet. So this is a function. Obviously, we could create a function right here and say is empty, and then we can just define a body right here and so on. But as I mentioned, we created a model view controller architecture. And who is responsible for the logic? So who is responsible for checking for errors? And that is, of course, the controller, because the controller should make sure that the logic of our file is correct. So we're going to go, instead of our controller right here, we're going to say that this here is a PHP script, like so. Again, we only need the opening tag. And now we can define the function right here. So we can say function is empty, like so. And as you can see now, the error right here is gone because we included our controller right here, and we are only calling it after we included the controller. So this is empty function is now available within this file. What should this function do and what should this function accept? This function should accept a couple of parameters, in our case our email, our username, and our PVD. And now our function needs to make sure that all of those values are empty. So we could, for example, do an if condition, if email, if empty email, or empty username, or empty PVD, like so. If that is the case, then we're going to return true because then it is empty. Else we're going to return false because then it is not empty. But as you can see, there's a lot of code. There's also a shorter way to write this. We can just return empty email or empty username or empty PVD. So if we have an empty email, we're going to return true, or if we have an empty username, we're going to return true, or if we have an empty PVD, we're going to return true. Because in those cases, is empty is going to be true because it is empty, obviously. So we need to pass those values, so those variables, as arguments to our function because it accepts our email, username, and PVD. So we say email, username, PVD. So now we checked whether this is empty. So if this is going to be true, so if this is going to be empty, we want to do something. What do we want to do? We want to save an error. We do not want to display an error yet because our view is responsible for displaying the error. We only want to save the error so we can access the error later on within the view. So again, we're going to create this function within the controller because our controller is responsible for the logic. So we say function, save error, and now we need to save the error within our controller somewhere where our view can access it later on. And as you probably know, our session is responsible for sharing data across different pages. So we should save this error within our session. It might make sense to accept the message right here as a parameter, so we can define custom messages for every single error. And now I'm going to say, instead of our session variable, I'll have the field register error, for example. You can define the name right here yourself, but register error is pretty descriptive, so I might make that. And this is going to be equal to our message right here. And if we get this error, then we might also want to exit the script from execution, because at this point we have an error. It might not really make too much sense to keep executing and writing into the database, because after checking for all of the errors, we want to write into the database. But obviously, if you have an error, we do not want to write into the database, so we just stop the script at this point. We save the error in the session variable, and later on the view can just display the error to the user, and he can try again if he wants to. So at this point, we can also define a message right here, so an error message that we want to display to the user later on. And this error message can be all fields required. And now, right before we want to exit, we should also redirect the user. We want to redirect the user to the register page again. So we can just say header, location. Our register page is our index.php. So we say that we want to get the user to our .index.php file. And right after we redirected the user and saved the error, instead of the session variable, we're going to exit the script. So let's reload the page. Let me try to execute that one. And as you can see, we're getting an undefined array key password. And for the password, I have a third S right here. So I'm going to remove that one. Let me again register. Now we're getting those errors right here. So we cannot use // but we have to use just the name of the file. So dbh.inc.php, because we're in the same folder. So that should work like so, and like so. Let me save that one. Let's go back, reload the page. Let's register, and as you can see, nothing happened. And the reason that nothing happened is because all of our fields are empty. So we're just getting redirected to the initial page. And let me show you that that in fact works by going to our register controller.inc.php, and now I'm just going to redirect to our login.php if we get an error. So you will see that we will get redirected to a different page. And as you can see now, I will get redirected to the login page, because that was the route that I defined right here. But in our case, I want to get redirected to the register page if we have an error on the register page, which makes sense because the user should be able to retry again. So now we save this error if we have an empty email, but now we might also want to check if the email is even valid, for example. So again, we're going to register inc.php. I'm going to check if valid email. I have to pass our email right there. And if we do not have a valid email, then I'm going to save an error, invalid email, for example. So now we can reuse the save error method over and over again. And I can also check if email in use. And now I can pass our PDO object and our email. And you will see why I'm going to do that one in a second. And if our email is in use, then I'm going to save an error again, email in use. So first of all, we need to check whether we have a valid email. If we do not have a valid email, so if we have an invalid email, for example, then I want to save an error. So let me create this function again instead of the controller. I'm going to check if we have an invalid email. We're going to accept our email as a parameter. And how can we now check whether our email is valid? We can do so by using filter underline var as a value. As the first argument, we need to define the value. Our value is going to be the email. And as the second argument, we need to define the filter function. In our case, we want to filter validate email. So we want to validate our email. If we have an invalid email, then we want to return true. So we're just going to return the result of filter var. But at the moment, this is going to be true if we have a valid email. But we only want to return true if we have an invalid email. So we just have to use the not operator. So we're going to return true if we do not have a valid email. So if we have an invalid email. So now this makes sense. If we have an invalid email, we're going to save this error. And now we want to check whether the email is in use. And in order to check that, we have to get data inside of our database. And a lot of people would first go into the controller, create a function right here, then create a function in the model that will only get the data and return the data to the controller. But in that case, I usually prefer to only use the model. And that's in the end preference. I'm not really using a super strict version of the MVC architecture, but I just want you to know if you want to follow the strictest version of MVC, you would first create a function right here instead of the controller. This controller would now call the model to get the data, then validate the data, and then return the value to your register inc.php file. But in my case, since I'm going to query the database, I will just go into the model. I will create a PHP opening tag right here. I create function email in use. I have to get the PDO object and I have to get the email. I'm going to create a query right here. The query says select email from users where email is equal to our email placeholder right here, and I'm going to limit this to 1. Because after I found one email, that obviously means that this email is already in use. There's no reason to keep executing or to keep querying the database at this point. So at this point, I'm just going to stop the query. Now I'm going to prepare a statement. That one is equal to PDO. I'm going to prepare the statement. So I'm going to prepare the query to be precise, like so. Now I have to bind the value. So I'm going to say statement bind value to our email placeholder. I want to bind our email value like so. Now I'm just going to say statement fetch, and right here I can use fetch column, for example, like so. And I'm also going to show you a trick. If you want to get auto completion for all of those methods, you can also say that this here is going to be a PDO object, so an object of type PDO. I'm going to do that fetch column, for example. And as you can see, now I get auto completion because now PHP knows that this is going to be a PDO object, so I can use this like a normal PDO object and I get auto completion. So I want to fetch a column, and the point of this one is if I do not have this email in the database, this is going to return false. If I have a column, so if I have a user in the database that has an email or that has this email already, then this is going to return the user, or in our case, the email. But obviously I do not really want the email. I want this to be true if the email is in use, and I want this to be false if the email is not in use. So if fetch column returns something, so if a user exists, then I want to turn this into a boolean. And I can do so by using bool, so type conversion, of this statement in the end. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to accept that one, and then I'm going to return bool statement like so. And obviously before fetching, we also need to execute the statement. So execute like so. So now we are defining the query, we are preparing the query, we are binding the value to our placeholder, we are executing the query, and then we are fetching the column, so the value. So if we get a column, our email is going to be in use. And it's as simple as that. So now if we have an error, I would also like to display this error to the user. And in order to display things, we can use our view. So let's go to the view. Let's create a basic PHP file. We create a function that can have the name display error, and this one is just going to echo out an error if we have an error. So I'm going to say echo. This is going to be a paragraph. We're going to concatenate that one, and we're going to concatenate that one as well because we also want to have a closing tag for our paragraph right here. And in between those tags, in between this paragraph essentially, I want to display whatever we have in our session variable. So I'm going to access session, and if you remember, we stored within our register controller, the register error within our session register error variable. So within this variable, we should have an error if we have an error. So this one should be set if we have an error, and otherwise this is not going to be set. So I'm just going to replace that one with our error. So we're just going to do this if we have an error. But if we do not have an error, we should obviously not execute this one. So we're going to say if is set, if our session register error variable is set. But in our case, if that one is not set, so if we do not have an error, then we just want to return essentially. Then we do not want to execute this code. If we do execute this code though, we are displaying the error to the user, and afterwards we want to give the user the option to try again. Obviously, if the user wants to try again, we should also clear the errors after displaying the errors. So we should unset this session variable. And by using unset name of the session variable, we're essentially just going to delete this variable. And this needs to be an argument of this function. So now the logic of this is we're checking if we do not have a register error. If we do not have a register error, just return, because then we do not have an error and the user can proceed. If we do have an error though, then we're going to show or display the error to the user. And afterwards, we're going to clear this error so the user can try again in the next round. If the user in the next round again has an error, this variable will of course be set once again, but otherwise he should obviously be able to proceed without the session variable right here. So let's use this display error instead of our index.php, because that is the place where we want to display this error. And to be precise, we want to display our error maybe right below this login section. So we can just say that this is going to be PHP code, like so. And we want to call our display error function from our view, like so. And if we want to display our error, we also need access to our session, because right here, instead of our view, we are accessing this session. So we need the session instead of our index.php as well. So I'm going to use an opening and closing PHP tag right here. And again, I'm going to use require once. And I'm going to require include / session inc.php. So right here, we are starting the session. Now the session is available and our display error function instead of our view can access this session variable that we have set within our controller right before. So now let me reload the page. We're getting uncaught error call to undefined function. The reason for this is that we never incorporated our view right here. So right below, we also need to say require once include. And now we also need to include our view file because this function comes from our view file. Let's reload the page. As you can see, we're not having an error. Let me register. And we're getting this error. And the reason for this is that let's go to our register controller again, that I'm right here redirecting to a register page. But obviously this is going to be our index page, not our register page. So again, let me reload this project because we do not have this register.php, like so. So let's again test our logic. Let's first of all click register, and as you can see, all fields are required. So let me also enter an invalid email. Let's press register. We are again getting all fields are required. And let's enter everything but have an invalid email. Invalid email, as you can see. Now we get this error message. And testing email in use is probably something that we cannot test yet. But as you can see, now we know that our error handler works. And you can also make this error handler look a little bit better if you wanted to. And I'm going to show you how really quickly by just saying that this here has the class, for example, equal to, let's just use those quotation marks, error, for example. So now we have this error class and we can just use normal CSS to style this error right here by saying background is, for example, equal to red and the color is maybe also equal to red. Let's just say that, and I'm going to use a pretty dark red and a slightly brighter red right here. Let me reload the page. Let's get an error. All fields are required. And from time to time, you also might experience that your CSS is not reloading. And in that case, you can press Ctrl F5 because this is going to clear your cache. And from time to time, you might not see your CSS if you're programming within PHP. And I don't know if you will get this bug, but if you get this bug, just press Ctrl F5 and clear your cache, because sometimes your cache will prevent your CSS from updating to the current version. But as you can see, now we have those styles. But again, this is not a CSS tutorial, so I'm just going to delete those styles and refresh. So now this is how it looks. So we're getting the error message, but now let's also create the user in the database. And now let's again go to our register inc.php. So at this point, we checked for errors. So at this point, it might make sense to create a user. So I'm going to create a new function, create user, instead of my model, because I want to create a new user. And I will just call this function right here instead of register inc.php. This function will need a PDO, it will need our email, it will need our username, and it will need our PVD, so our password. Let's create this function instead of our model. So we go right here and say function, create user. Again, this will get the PDO object, the email, the username, and the PVD, like so. And now I have to create a query. So I'm going to create a query. Insert into users. What kind of values do we want to insert into our users database or into our table, to be precise? Our email, our username, and our PVD. Why is that the case? Because those are the column names that we define inside of our users table right here. So email, username, PVD. ID and created at will again be set by default. What kind of values do I want to insert? Let me go to a new line so you see it a little bit better. So values, I want to have a placeholder for our email, a placeholder for our username, and a placeholder for our PVD, like so. Let's end the statement. And now we need to prepare the statement. So we say statement is equal to PDO. We're going to prepare our query right here. And now we need to bind our values. So I'm going to say statement bind value to our email placeholder. I'm going to bind our email value that we get right here to our username. So colon username I'm going to bind our username variable like so. And to our password, I'm going to bind the value. So to the password placeholder, I'm going to bind our password variable, so the value. Now I'm just going to use statement and I'm going to execute the statement. And let's just test whether this works. So let's use a valid email, let's use a valid username, let's use a password, and let's press register. And we're getting email in use. So we seem to have a problem right there. What is the problem? Let's take a look at our register.inc.php. And right here, this was my mistake. Obviously, we need to store this value somewhere. So we need to store this value in a result, for example, and then we can just turn this result into a Boolean. Because statement will obviously not hold the returned value. And now let's just try this again. So yapo@gmail, random username, random password. Let's press register. And as you can see, we're getting redirected. Obviously, we have to fix that in a second, but let's first of all take a look at our users table and see whether we have a user right now. And as you can see, now we have this user right here that we just created. There's also a problem with this user because we are storing the password as plain text, and this does not really make sense. So let me show you how to fix that. In order to do so, we need to hash our password. So we can create right here a hashed password that's going to be equal to password underline hash. We have to pass our password as the first argument, so pvd. And for the second argument, we need to define the algorithm we want to use. And usually you want to use bcrypt. So we're going to use password underline default or bcrypt. And in our case, let's just use bcrypt to show you that this works. Again, let's save that one. Let's go to our page once again. We're going to go back. We're having a random email. Now let's also test whether this works. So yapo was our previous email. So now we should get email already in use. Register, email already in use. You can see this works. Let's use this email, register, and as you can see, this seems to work. Let's reload our page, and now we have our second user right here, but password is still plain text, and the reason is obviously for that we need to pass our hash password instead of our normal password when binding the value. So now let's just try this again really quick. We are going to go to our project. Let's use a random email, random password, random username, doesn't matter. Let's reload the page, and as you can see now we're having the hash password right here. Now that we created this user, it might also make sense to get the user ID. So we're going to return something right here. We are going to return PDO, and we can get last insert ID. So we get the ID of the user that has been inserted into the database by using last insert ID. And what can we do with the user ID now? Let me show you. We can now store this user ID instead of a variable. So user ID is equal to create user because we're returning this user ID right here. And now we can save this user ID inside of our session, and we can later on use this user ID to verify whether the user is logged in or not. So we can say session of user underline ID, this name is up to you again, is equal to our user ID variable. And now let's just say we are going to create a home page. So home.php, for example. This is just normal HTML, and this is going to be our home page. And once we are registered, let's say we want to redirect the user to this home page. So we can now use header location home.php. So once everything worked, we do not have an error. At this point, we're going to redirect to the home page. And after that, we're just going to exit because we want to stop the script from executing at this point. So let's test this code right here. Let's go back to our index.php. Let's register with a new user. We're clicking register, and the requested URL was not found on the server. And the reason for this is that we obviously need to say .. because we're inside of our register.inc.php. So we need to go one level up to our home.php file. So again, that was my error. So let's do that one again. Different email, register. And as you can see, we're landing on the home page. Let's also inspect the page. Let's go to application. And as you can see, we have this cookie right here that stores our PHP session ID. So the ID for our session. And now it's also best practice to regenerate the session ID right after we registered and right after we logged in. So usually you do something like this, session, regenerate ID, and it's going to be equal to true at this point. So once we log in, we regenerate the ID, and let me show you how this looks. We're going here, we're going to register with a random email, random password, random username, and we're having a new session ID right here. And this right here is just best practice. I really highly recommend you to do this. So let me show you why we created this session variable. So if we are on our home page now, for example, I can just go to the top. I can say I want to create PHP code right here. I'm just going to require once our include folder. So include like so. And now I'm just going to require our session. So I'm going to start a session. So I have access to our session. And now I can check if session of user ID set. So if we have a user ID, only if we have a user ID, we know that we have a registered user and that our user is ideally also logged in, because when you log out, you want to destroy the session variable, obviously. And only if that is going to be the case, only then we are going to stay on this page. If that is not the case, so if this variable is not set like so, then we are going to use our header to redirect the user to location index.php, so to our register page in this case. It could also be the login page, doesn't really matter. So if I'm going to reload, right now we have our cookie. So we have this cookie that stores the session ID that proves that we have a user who is currently logged in. But if I'm going to delete this cookie and I'm going to reload, you can see that we are getting redirected to our index page. So again, if I'm going to log in like so, email is already in use. I don't know, that's crazy. So let's use that one and a password. Let's register. We're getting redirected to the home page. Let me clear the cookie. And now if I want to do something on this page, I'm getting redirected to the register page. So as you can see, by using this code, you can create protected routes. You're just going to check whether the session variable user ID is set. If it is set, then you know the user is logged in at this point. Otherwise, the user is not logged in and you should redirect him to the register page. And that is how an app like Instagram would do it, for example. Now let's also create the login for our page, and I'm going to go through it a little bit faster because I think we saw everything and it's pretty similar, to be honest. So we have this login page. Obviously, we need to create a login.inc.php file again. A login underline cont.inc.php file, so a controller. A login underline model.inc.php and a login underline view.inc.php. And I'm not going to copy paste everything. I want to type it out once again so you really see how this is working. But I'm going to go through it a little bit faster. Right here, we start with an opening tag. We're going to check if our server request method is equal to post. If that is the case, then we need to get our email. So we need to store our email inside of this variable. So we're going to trim what we get from our post superglobal of email. And for the PVD, we are going to get our post password value right here. We're again going to require once dbh.inc.php because we need that one. So we need a database connection. Require underline once session.inc.php. And now we also need to get our model. So require once login underline model.inc.php. I don't know why I'm not getting auto completion, but I hope I wrote everything correct. So require once login underline cont.inc.php. So now we have all of the files. Now we need a try catch block again. In case we're getting an error, we're getting a PDO exception object that we can name E. If we get this error, we're going to use error underline log. And I'm just going to say error colon space. And I'm going to concatenate that error with our error message that I get by using get message like so. And I'm just going to exit the program. So we'll stop the code from execution. At this point, if everything worked, we can check for one error. So I'm going to keep this super simple. I'm just going to say if is empty, for example, email or PVD. Then I'm just going to save error and I'm going to say all inputs required, for example. I don't have those functions yet, so I need to create those ones instead of the controller. So I'm going to go into our login controller. This is again a PHP file. Function is empty. We'll accept our email and our PVD. And we're going to return empty of email or empty of PVD. So if our email or our password is empty, then we're going to return true. So then it's going to be empty. And let's also create the save error function. So save error. This will accept the message. If we have an error, then we're going to say that our session variable of login underline error is going to be equal to message. We're going to redirect our user to our /login.php, so to our login page essentially, and we're going to exit the code from execution at this point. So now we basically saved our error in the session variable, so let's also display that error by using our view. This is again a PHP file, so PHP function display error. We are going to say if isset session of login underline error, and if this variable is not set, then we do not have an error. In that case, we do not want to display an error, so we're just going to return. If we do have this error though, then we're going to echo out a paragraph. We're going to concatenate that paragraph with the session variable right here. So we display whatever we stored inside of this variable, and this here should be error as far as I know. And then we're just going to close the paragraph like so. And afterwards, we're just going to unset our session of login error like so. Now let me also use that one on a login page. So I'm going to go right here, PHP code, opening and closing tags. I'm going to require once. What am I going to require? I'm going to require include / I want to get our login view, but right before I get the view, I also need to get the session because I need access to the session within this login view because I'm accessing the session within this login view. So require once include / session inc.php. So now right here, I can also say that I want to use PHP code once again, like so, and I'm going to display our error. Let me save that one. Let's take a look at the page. I'm going to log in, register, and as you can see, we're getting redirected to the page. But at this point, nothing really happened because we do not have this action attribute. So for the action attribute, I need to say that I want to execute include / register inc.php. So let me register. Register is probably wrong. Actually, this text also needs to be login. That's my bad. So let's go to our login page. This here needs to be login. No, actually, this here needs to be register. My bad. And this needs to be login. Hopefully, this is correct now. So now we have login and register. So let's log in. And as you can see, we're getting redirected to the register page. So something seems to be off. And right here, I included our register page, but this obviously needs to be login.inc.php because that should be the file that we want to execute. So let's go to login like so. And we're getting this error. All inputs are required. So now this seems to work as well. So I'm going to keep this to a minimum since you probably know how this works. Obviously for a real app, you want to do a lot of checks, but that's up to you. But now if we do not get an error, then we want to log the user in. So first of all, we need to check whether this user even exists. So we can create a function that has the name getUser, for example. And this one obviously needs a PDO object, so our PDO connection, email, and PVD, like so. And now we need to create this function. And this function needs to access the database. So I'm going to do this within the model. Again, this is going to be PHP code. I'm going to create a function, getUser, that gets a PDO object of type PDO, an email, and a PVD. Now I'm going to write a query. I'm going to say I want to select everything from users where email is equal to :email. So I'm going to find the user by using his email. I'm going to end the statement. And I'm also going to limit this to 1 because obviously we should only have one user with one email. So querying afterwards is pretty useless. Now I'm going to create a statement that is going to be equal to PDO. I'm going to prepare the statement. So I'm going to prepare our query right here. Now I'm going to say statement bind value to our email placeholder. I want to bind our email value right here. Actually, I do not even need the password, to be honest. So I'm just going to delete that one. And I'm just going to delete that one right here as well, like so. Now after I bound the value, I'm going to say statement execute. I'm going to execute the statement. And now I can also fetch the user. So I'm going to say that the result is equal to statement fetch. I will get one user as a result. And now I'm just going to return the result. So now I'm going to return the user in case I have a user, and otherwise this is just going to return false. So we're getting the user right here. So the user is equal to getUser. If we do not have a user, So if we did not find a user, then we can just save error user not found, like so. And obviously this here needs to be a not. So if we do not have a user, then we're going to save this as an error. If we do have a user though, we need to check for the password. So we can create a function check password that will get our original password, and it will also get our hash password. So what is our hash password? Our hash password is user of pvd, because that is the password that we have inside of our database. So the hash password, and that's going to be the password that the user entered right here when he tries to log in. And I'll show you how this one works in a second. So we need to create this function within our controller, because we do not need to access the database this time. We just need to compare. So controller function check password. I'm going to accept the password, so the password the user entered, and the hash password that I'm getting from the database. And now I'm going to use password underline verify. That one takes two arguments again, the pvd, and as a second argument, the hash password. So hash password in our case. Now it's going to compare, or it's going to verify the password. If the hash that this method generated from the entered password is equal to the hash that is stored within the database, then this is going to return true. Otherwise, it's going to return false. So I'm just going to return this one. And right now we're checking if this is a valid password. So let's just rename the function and say invalid password. So if this is not valid, then we want to return true, because then it's an invalid password. And now we also need to rename the function right here. And if we get an invalid password, so if invalid password, then we want to save an error that says invalid password. And usually it's best practice to not tell the user whether it was an invalid password or an invalid email, because that would give potential attackers the opportunity to guess whether the password or the email was invalid. And if he knows that the email exists, then it's a lot easier to guess the password, for example. Otherwise, he would have to guess email and password without even knowing whether the email exists or not. So you could just say wrong and wrong right here. Obviously, usually you want to use a more descriptive name, but it should be the exact same name for invalid email and invalid password to not give potential attackers any information. So this here seems to work. Now, if the password was valid and the email was valid, then we want to log the user in. So we can say session of user underline ID is going to be equal to our user of pvd. Not of pvd, that would be the worst thing you could probably do, so of ID. And obviously you can also store other things like your email right here if you wanted to, by saying it's equal to user of email. But in our case, I do not really need this, so I'm just going to leave this away. I might also want to regenerate the session ID, because again, you should always regenerate the session ID if you log in or register. Then I want to redirect the user, maybe to our home page as well, so /home.php, and I want to exit. So at this point, I want to stop the code from executing. So now let's test this again. Let me create a valid email. So easy@gmail.com. Username is easy. Password is going to be easy. I'm going to register, getting redirected to the home page. Let's take a look at our database. Now we have easy@gmail.com. Let me reload the page. Let's go to our index.php. Let me also clear the cookie. So application, cookie, and I'm just going to clear that one. I'm going to reload the page. I'm going to log in. I'm going to use easy@gmail.com and easy as a password. Let me log in. And we're getting this error because undefined function invalid password. Okay, and I defined this function within the register controller, which is obviously wrong. So I need to get that one to the login. So let's save that one. I need to get that one to the login controller. Where is it? Login controller. I'm going to save that one right here. Let me retry. Let's go back. Let's say easy is the password. We're logging in. And as you can see, we're getting redirected to the home page. So now we're logged in. Let's also do something else. So let's say if we're on the login page, so right here, we are already having our session and our view. So now we can use our session. So session of user ID to check whether the user is already logged in. And if the user is already logged in, it might not really make sense to give the user the opportunity to access our login and register page. So we are checking if is set session of user ID. If the session variable is set, so if we have a user ID, so the user is in fact logged in, then we're going to use our header location home.php. So we redirect the user to our home page. And let's do the exact same for our register page as well, so our index.php, like so. Let me now reload the page. We should be logged in. Let's go to our index.php, and as you can see, we are getting redirected to our home page. If I go to login.php or our index.php, because we are now logged in, and in fact, the user should not be able to access this page. Now if I'm going to clear the cookie, I should be able to get to our index.php, as you can see I am, and to our login page as well. And now if I'm going to use easy@gmail.com and easy to log in, I am logged in. And now again, I cannot get to our login.php page. So now let me also show you how to log out, because that is probably the last thing you want to do, and that's also pretty easy. So let me just close all of this, and let's just create a logout.inc.php, like so. I'm going to create basic PHP code. I'm going to check if server request method is equal to post. If that is the case, then I want to do something. In our case, the first thing I want to do is I want to take this session right here and set this equal to an empty array. So I'm just going to clear all of the session variables first of all. Now I'm also going to get the cookie params by using params is equal to session underline get cookie params, like so. So I'm getting all of the parameters, and you will see why in a second. Now I'm going to set the cookie, and now you can define a name for the cookie. And in our case, I'm just going to use session underline name, like so. So this will return the name of the current session. So we'll just use the exact same name again. For the value, I'll keep this an empty string. And now we need to define the expiration date of this cookie. And what do we want to do right here? Since we want to log out, we want to delete our cookie, our current cookie that has all of the information that our user is logged in. But our user is not logged in anymore. So we need to delete this cookie. How can we delete this cookie? That's pretty easy. We're just setting this expiration date to the past, because that means the cookie is now expired and does not work anymore and is therefore deleted. So I'm going to say time minus 3600. Why that value? Actually, that's just a convention, and you can also do minus 10, for example, minus 1, doesn't really matter. Now you can see that we also need to define the path, the domain, the secure value, HTTP only. And we can get all of those values by just using the exact same values that we've defined for our initial cookie by using the params right here. And those are just the values that we defined right here. So those were the old values that we had, and we do not want to change those values usually. So we can just use the exact same values, and instead of typing them all out again and again, we're just going to say we want to get params of path, for example. Next up, we want to get params of domain. Then we want to get params of secure, like so. And then we want to get params of HTTP only, like so. Let's end the statement. So now this should work. This should just reset the cookie, and let me just format this a little bit. So now this is what this looks like. And now in the end, we also want to destroy the session. So session underline destroy, for example, like so. Then we are going to redirect the user maybe to our register page, because now he has to either register or log in again. So we're going to say go to /index.php, which is our register page, and afterwards you can exit. So we are going to stop the code from executing. And this here is going to log the user out, and it's as simple as that. So now we also need to execute this file on a button click, for example. So let's do that. Let's go to our home.php. We're going to add a form of post that is going to execute include /logout log, so /logout inc.php. This one will only have a button that is going to submit the form and has the name logout, for example. Let me reload the page. Now we have this logout button. Let me press logout. We're getting redirected to the register page. We want to get to our home page now, home.php. This does not work. We're getting redirected to the register page. Let's log in, easy@gmail.com. Password is easy. Let's log in. We are right here again. Logging out. We are right here again. So this mechanism seems to work. And also, remember, since we are deleting the session right here instead of our logout.inc.php, so as you can see, we are destroying our session. You might wonder, do we even have a session at this point? And we have a session. The session just does not hold the user data anymore, because we are immediately regenerating the session instead of our session inc.php if we need it, once our session variable is not set anymore. And if you take a look at this, once we destroy the session and set this session to an empty array, our session variable is not set anymore, and therefore we are regenerating a session ID. But this is a fresh session that has absolutely no data at this point, so no user ID, nothing at all, just a plain session ID. And once the user decides to log in again, then we are going to set our user_ID variable again. Therefore, we know the user's logged in again, and we slowly can start to populate our session with values that we need. And that is how this entire process works. I really hope you learned a lot doing this project. I know this is a little bit confusing in the beginning, but I'm definitely sure that you get the hang of it once you practice this a little bit. And you can always come back to this tutorial if you need to understand it once again.